Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sport. For today's guide on how to watch Italy take on South Africa this weekend. Italy looking to actually go 3 from 3 in the Autumn Nations series so far. I mean, how crazy is that? They swept aside Samoa in the first game. They then upset Australia in the second game. And now they're taking on the world champions. And this Italian side's going to be brimming with confidence, but it's a match that the Springboks have got to pitch up, and they've actually got to make a statement. Because at the moment, the Boks are looking at 0 from 2, and if they were to lose this weekend, Italy will be 3 from 3, with Boks are 0 from 3, which would be a disaster. So it is a very important game for the Springboks. A couple of rotated players in the Boks side, but still a very, very strong side. Kickoff is at 3 o'clock South African Standard Time. It's an afternoon kickoff for South Africans, so make sure you don't get caught unawares. And the big question is, how can you watch that game? Well, thank you very much to ExpressVPN, who are powering and sponsoring this video. They are making it easier than ever for you to watch all the action live during this Autumn Nations series. And in terms of watching this game, well, it's the same as watching every other game that we've been doing. If you're more following the channel, you'll know exactly what to do. First things first, you're going to download ExpressVPN. And there's a link in the description below. There's a special offer for all Favorite Sports supporters. You can get an extra 3 months free if you sign up with a 12-month subscription. You're then going to open up ExpressVPN, which looks something like this. And you're going to click those 3 little dots on the right over there, and it'll bring up a bunch of locations. You're going to go to a UK location, and you're going to turn the VPN on. You're then going to go to Amazon Prime. Again, link in the description. You're going to sign up for a 30-day free trial. And you then go to the link over here, and there's your Autumn Nation series. There you go to the game you're looking for, which is Italy versus South Africa. You pull it up over there, and there we go. All the build-up stuff like that, everything, and it will be live on Saturday. So it's as easy as that. So don't wait until Saturday and then start sort of making a mad flurry to try and find a stream. Get yourself sorted, get yourself ExpressVPN, go and sign up for a free trial on Amazon Prime. It's as easy as that. So there really is no excuse these days not to watch the action. And we'll see you guys all there for Watchalong this weekend as we sort of build towards the big test against England next week. But South Africa can't afford to Italy to become a bit of a banana peel, so they've got to go out and do the job. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Forever Sport. And the Springboks have just announced their side to take on Italy this weekend in what is an incredibly big match, and what's become a incredibly big match because the Springboks currently 2 matches, 2 losses on the bounce, and not a good situation to be in. And Italy obviously full of confidence after beating Australia. However, a very strong Springbok side being named. Evan Lewis will play on Saturday, but off the bench, which is sort of the big news you're kind of waiting for. And I think that he probably was set to start. And I think that the ban of PSTF Toy, for example, has meant that they've had to sort of change plans a little bit because they have rotated the side. There are other players who haven't got an opportunity coming into the side, but Evan Lewis will still have to play off the bench, which is frustrating. But I do think that he's been set to start against England potentially. And I think that this weekend we will see him obviously come on at 8. And there's a lot of opportunity for him to stake a claim. But a couple of players being rotated, a couple of players being named in the 23, which we weren't sure if they were going to be fit. So overall, it's a very strong Springbok side. And I think it's a reasonably decent blend of rotating players in, but also sort of keeping your sort of big players, because you can't let Italy become a banana skin with England coming up next week. But before we look at the team, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. This is how we will line up. The front row is unchanged. However, 2 new locks, an all-new lock combination of Salman Murat and Marvin Orie both get a start. And I thought we were going to see Salman Murat, I must admit. We haven't seen him at all. And even Etzebeth's been playing every single game. And I think that he's earned a break. And Murat, who's been very much touted as the next sort of number 4 option, is now going to get a little bit of pressure from Jason Jenkins, who will play on Thursday. But he'll have an opportunity from the start to get going. And I'm really excited to see what he does. You know, He's very highly rated. Some people saying that we haven't quite seen enough from him from a local level, which I think could be fair criticism. But now he's got an opportunity to really stake his claim. And I think Marvin Orie is I don't mind the selection. I know a lot of people are not big Marvin Orie fans because he's nothing flair and he's not. It's hard to say he's nothing special, but he's just such a solid player these days. And I think he has gotten a lot better in the last year. He was an incredibly big part of that Stormers pack. Very good at lineouts, for example, and he'll bring a lot of solidity, I think, to this pack. The loose trio of Siya Kolisi, Franco Moster, Jasper Wiese is probably our form loose trio of the year, if we're being brutally honest. That is probably our best current loose trio. Jasper Wiese is our sort of probably our best performing number 8. Franco Moster has been fantastic all year, and Siya Kolisi is just an animal at the moment. And we saw it last week, just kicked in a whole new gear and captain fantastic in every sense. They're keeping Faf de Klerk and Damien Willemse. I did think that they would give Damien Willemse a run. A lot of people sort of talking about maybe Monty Liebach will get an opportunity. He will play, though, so he'll play off the bench, and hopefully he'll get more minutes. Curtly Orange, Cheslin Colby, Villeneuve remains the back three. We were wondering if Cheslin Colby was going to be fit after going off for a head injury. Makazole Pimpi actually drops out the 23, which I think is a testament to Curtly Orange's progress. But I do think we'll see Makazole Pimpi back in the 11 jersey next weekend. No, Cheslin Colby will be available. A very interesting centre pairing. Andre Esterhuizen does come to the side. However, Jesse Creel has dropped out of the 23. Damien De Allende will play at outside centre. I don't think he's ever started at outside centre for the Boks. And I don't really see him as an outside centre, must admit. I'm not convinced that's where he can really operate. But we'll find out this weekend. Andre Esterhuizen is the last opportunity for him this year. He's not available next week, so big chance for him to sort of put his hand up. And if we look at the bench, it's a hell of a bench. Let's be honest. I don't think we've ever had such a strong bench like in Springbok ever. You got Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitsoff, Vincent Koch, Evan Etzebeth, Quacker Smith, Evan Roos. How is that for a bomb squad? That is insane. That is ludicrous. I mean, imagine you've got a reasonable pack that's going to get you for 60 minutes, and at 60 or 50 minutes, you're going to be bringing on Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitsoff, Vincent Koch, Evan Etzebeth, Quacker Smith. That's 5 World Cup winners, as well as Evan Roos, the next big up-and-coming player. Kobus Reinach coming on as well, and then Monty Liebach being kept on the bench, which I think is quite a cool decision. It's a very interesting 23, and I like a lot of the selections. I'm a little bit apprehensive about De Allende at 13. I would have liked to have seen Evan Roos start, but I think that he would have had Piste Patoy not been banned. And I think that they always earmarked this game to give Salman Murat and Marvin Ori an opportunity as well. But it's a bit sad not to see Trevor Nyakani get involved in the end of year tour. I think a bit frustrating because I think I would like to have seen a bit more of him. Kind of for whatever reason seems to have sort of dropped out the picture for the time being. But that is how you will line up against Italy. Let me know what you think of the team down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. My name is Steven, and I'll see you guys very soon.
Hi, good afternoon, Joe. Good afternoon, Rashi. Hope you guys are well. Just shock. Just the news. Any news on Peter Toy? We understand he had a disciplinary hearing this morning. He's obviously not in the 23. Could you tell us any news about that? Thanks.
Mobeen, yeah, no, his hearing is only tomorrow morning, and it's quite normal because sometimes the judges and stuff are all over, so it might be from Australia. So his hearing is only tomorrow morning.
Thanks.
Nathan?
I just got one each, but I'll go for Jock first. Jock, we saw a new dimension in the Boks game plan as his side was evidently more expansive against France. Is this something that we should be expecting going forward, a variety, especially against a flashy Italian side?
Yeah, I think yes, we always try and kind of develop our game plan, and I guess you can only play to what the opposition give you. So we thought that it was a good strategy against. It would have been a good strategy against France, and there was some opportunity for us in the front line, and we took that. And we will have to see against Italy. They're well organized side, and we will have to have a look and see where do they give us space, and hopefully if the weather plays with, we can have a nice game again.
Great.
Thanks, Hi, Shark. Rassi, I guess you're there for reasons also to do with tweeting. Can we address that? Your sort of what's the right phrase? Your criticism of some decisions. Are you not worried that you're going to be landing in hot water with World Rugby yet again?
No, Craig. Yeah, no, I'm actually for more than just that, but you're welcome to ask that.
Let's get the elephant out the room then.
Yeah, of course, no problem. No, Craig, I think if you mind, I'd spending a minute or so on this. I think we've always had the thing where we hashtag stronger together, and I'm talking about South Africans, and I know when we get media out there, it's all over the world, and we've always been really close to our fans. So for us, the fact that when something goes wrong on the field, and I'm sure people form their own opinions, that I understand. But I think if you go and listen to the tweets, it's actually for South African supporters to understand that, listen, yeah, there's something that some guys are doing really well, which we either don't understand. Maybe a player on the opposition side. Cheslin's, obviously Cheslin can't go in that high. If he's not going to tackle the guy back, he'll have to go lower. And I think if you go and read the tweets, I think people immediately adjust something to the narrative they want to put out there. So I think, even in tweets where we said, with the TMO apparently not being available, we said, I don't believe Wayne Barnes will let that go and just say, listen, the TMO is not available. I just can't believe that from Wayne Barnes. And that's why we say we have no qualms with that try. So that is for South African people to share with them that, listen here, when we pass a pass of 10 meters, it's an optical illusion. It looks forward. And then a short pass of the same thing doesn't. And if we don't learn from those things and get those things right, it will never change. So, yeah, it is. I understand. But, again, I don't tag people. I don't say it's the referees. I've never said something like that. I'm saying these are the things we must fix. And, if somebody don't want to follow that, unfollow me or mute me. But surely there's South African supporters that would like to know where we're going and where we're getting it right and where we're getting it wrong. If it is the way we communicate, the way we read the game, the way we do our actions when we fall on the wrong side, those are things that we need to fix. So no, it's not having a go at the referee, because if that was having a go at the referee, I don't think Wayne Barnes will make all of those uh, bad decisions. I mean, he's the number one world in the referee. He's more than 100 test matches. It's obviously something on our side that we have to fix. And, again, if people, I think South African supporters would like to understand that. And then if people put a narrative to that, that I can't control, unfortunately.
Heinz?
Hi, gents. Hope you're well. Just back on selection matters, Jock. I suppose I'm not taking anything away of how well Lewitt and Sous and Eben have gone this past season, but it's quite a nice position actually to be able to pick the top URC side in South Africa's established lock combination, for a test of this magnitude. It's obviously a real bonus that they have that rapport, at franchise level as well.
Yes, and definitely, and that came actually up in the selection meeting when we discussed it, because obviously we felt a guy like Eben has served us in all the test matches up to now, so a purely rotational decision there, and also Saman has been training well, and he deserves an opportunity and a chance, and but we could have done it in a way, like I discussed last week, where we only put Salman in and maybe playing with Sous, or only put Marvin in and playing with Eben. But we felt that combination at URC level gave us the opportunity to start with both of them. And the nice thing is you still have Sous there, or Franco Mostert there playing at 7, and then Eben that can come off the bench. So yeah, I guess you right in that we are fortunate in terms of that.
Morena?
Hi, good morning from Sky Sports Italia. Just a question from me to Rassi Rasmus. 10 months away from the Rugby World Cup, where do you think South Africa is at the moment, considering that you are missing a couple of key players? And okay, you've lost 2 matches against Ireland and France, but they were very narrow. So in the final score, where do you think you are 10 months away? Thank you.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, nice to meet you and welcome you in our press conference. Now, the first time we've spoken. Look, winning, South Africans love winning, and we fully take it on the chin when we lose, and when we get it when people get upset. But when we analyze opposition teams and we see this French team is really building up really well towards the World Cup, and we see yes, Italy is ticking a few boxes, beating Wales, beating Australia, coming close, and even when they were down to 13 men versus Ireland early in the Six Nations. If you look at it non-emotional, you try and see, are you getting solutions? Are you getting answers? I don't want to say we're always learning. People get tired if you say you're learning. But we certainly know, if we get France in a quarterfinal, that game we thought could have gone either way with the red cards and everything that was involved there. It add some spice into the game. It made the game interesting. The crowd was immense. The pressure was fantastic. Players learned to kick under pressure where the previous 2 weeks they wouldn't have had that experience, and they can bottle that experience and take it to the World Cup now. So there's a lot of, obviously, losing 2 games in a row is not great. But I think the answers that we got from some players, and then knowing what can we do in our pool game against the Irish, who's hot at this stage, and was the same in 2018. They were really hot. I think they were secondly ranked. And then the French or All Blacks, if we get out of our pool, we will face, and we play the All Blacks regularly. And France, we played now in a cauldron, which was really intimidating, and the boys handled themselves fairly well. So I think we're sitting, in our supporters' views, losing is bad, and in our view, it's bad. But there's some light at the end of the tunnel if we look towards next year.
Jan?
Grazie.
Jan?
Thank you, Zina. Thank you, Rassie. Thank you, Jacques. My question is for Jacques. Jacques, obviously, before the team announcement, there were questions around Malcolm Marx's fitness, Cheslin's injury. Can you give us clarity around those and how serious they were, or are they still doubtful?
Yeah, Cheslin was HIA, so he just went through the normal protocol, but he's cleared. And Malcolm had a little bit of a knee, but he trained the whole session yesterday. So no, he's good to go.
Grant?
Thanks, Zina. Hi, guys. Just to Jacques, how close would you say Mani Libok is to starting at 10? And for Rusty, I just wanted to ask you your thoughts on Lukhanyo being nominated for World Player of the Year.
In terms of Mani, if I can put it like that, one injury away. If you think about it, if he's our backup 10 currently, so yeah, I guess he's really close. And like I said last week, the reason why we selected him is he's training well. He's now, I think it's now the 4th or the 5th week that he's been with us, so he's comfortable in the system and growing within our environment. So yeah, I think he's slotting in nicely.
Ashfaq?
Yeah, I wasn't.
You look on your own.
Yeah. Lukhanyo, obviously we're missing out on a few players currently, but I don't want to mention that because it's going to sound like excuses, and every other team has also injuries, and that's this time of year for the Southern Hemisphere teams. We do have a lot of injuries, but he's just a really special player. So I'm not going to talk long about it, but the first time me and Jacques saw him is when we coached Porter at club trials. And this guy just stood out. I think he was playing with a pair of tackies. I don't think he had boots on. And we found the agent from there and said, listen, you must look at this guy. He's not going to get the exposure. And then from, I think, moving kings and all over the place, he pushed right through to now being nominated as one of the World Players of the Year. It's a pity he couldn't showcase now at the end of the year now what he can do to be fresh in the guys who ever decide who is the Player of the Year's minds, but we're very proud of him, and especially because he came from, I wouldn't say poor background or disadvantaged. I think he had to fight really hard just to get into teams and to proper systems, and then on the field he's just a fantastic player.
Ashfaq? That will be the last question online.
Hi guys, hi Jacques and Rassie. Jacques, just quickly on the center combination of Damon Dialendi moving to outside, and you brought under Easthuizen in there, and Jesse Kiel not in the mix. And then Rassie, for you as a guy who could play all three loose forward positions, having Franco Mostert there as a 7, and you've got Evan Roos as a impact off the bench. Just how do you see that balance of the loose trio starting and off the bench? Thanks.
Yeah, in terms of Andre, yes, I thought Jesse did well, but I think Rassie mentioned it early on. Some of our players won't be available against England because it's out of the test match window, and Andre is one of them. So, and he's been with us now for the whole year, and he's been training well, and he deserves a chance. And we always earmark this game if there wasn't injuries. to give him a proper go. And yes, I think we think the combination with Andre and Damien is a great combination, especially when you face a side like Italy. But certainly Jesse was exceptional, I think, in the last two games that he played for us. So yeah, looking forward to seeing the combination of those two guys together.
Cool. Guys, we're going to switch.
Another question.
Okay.
I may add one. Can I go?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, just on the loose forwards, just adding to what Jock's saying is I think the things that we're learning now is that not learning, people like that word, that we're getting answers or solutions on it. We now know about the kickers, who can kick and who can handle pressure like that. We now know if Lukanju is injured, we know Jesse was really to do well against Ireland and was really proper again. And now we want to make sure that a guy like Damien, which has played a lot of outside centre for us, now slots in, starts a game against a quality team like Italy, beat Australia last week. So, again, there we're going to get some answers. And then on the loose forwards, I must actually tell you, Mani was one of the guys who was really creative. He was sitting next to us on the bench and making sure when we were 14 men and 13 men, and then we took Kwacha off, and Dion went on and he got a yellow card, and we really had to play around to try and get lineouts when we were only 13 men. And then to have a guy like Sos who can actually move to 7 flank or 5 lock. So somewhere in the game, it will probably end up with Eben and Sos at 5 lock, and probably Kwacha onto flank, and probably Eben in the place of Jasper. It will probably pan out something like that, because we know we'll have to need that kind of impact against Italy, the way they've just been growing as a team. Thanks.
Thank you. Guys, questions here?
This game for the Boks in particular, when you look at the past 2 weeks, there's been a very significant upward curve in how the team has played, but it hasn't necessarily reflected in the results. So how does that counterbalance the need to perform well and also win at the same time against what looks like a very dangerous team?
Yes, I think it's a very important game for us. We need to get momentum back. We don't want to lose, and we want to build on the stuff that we started a week before we played Ireland in the camp we had in Stellenbosch. So now it's a big game for us in terms of that. So we don't want to build. Build our game, build everything, but then almost go a step back again. So it's important for us to keep the energy, but to get a result.
And then when you look ahead, not to look ahead in particular, because you've also got the England game next week, and it's actually outside of the international window. You also need to have a few questions, a few answers from some of the players who may not be available for next week's game. In next week's game, in the fact that some of them, like Andre, for example, has been part of the camp and actually hasn't been able to get game time.
Yes, 100%. So yeah, there's I think 5 players in our group currently who's here with us who won't be eligible. All the French and the English-based players, they won't be eligible for next week. So so that's their last opportunity now, and then next year it's World Cup. It's a World Cup year. So yeah, this is probably the last opportunity they will have. But we will then obviously draft in players who's currently with the SA side, who will come and join us for that game.
Do you have an idea of which players from SA? Because I mean, like Trevor, for example, has been part of the group, but hasn't played this week. So do you have an idea of which SA players will be drafted into the box squad for next week?
It all depends on who gets injured on Thursday and who gets injured and how well the guys play on Saturday. Just briefly to answer you, if you just think about it, at prop, Chun, who plays very well at the SA side, there's 3 hookers there, and we've given Dweba, he's on standby for us if we do get another injury. We have the other 2 props who played there. At the lock, we've now given Marvin Ori, we're giving him a proper start to run the lineouts for him, of so playing 7 if we get it. So there's a lot of thinking behind it when we plan the games. Again, Salman starting the proper test match at lock where he's comfortable with. Having Ivan Roos now in the mix, having Jasper back, rotating the scrum halves, all three got proper game time. And then a guy like Grant Williams was awesome when he came on, so he'll probably come into the mix if Kobus Reinach goes out. Sasha has been with us, Mane is now with us, Franz Stein has played for us, Andre Pollard has played for us. At inside centre, Andre Pollard can play 12, Damien Dalende can play 12, Damien Willemse can play 12. We're now seeing how well Damien Dalende will start at 13, with Jesse doing well. We've tested about 4 different wings, 5 Mopimpi is not even in the mix this weekend. And then at fullback, we had Willie, we had Damien Willemse. So I think we are really, really set up if the scores go our way, that we can go into the new year knowing that there's a bunch of players that really can do it at test level or not do it at test level.
How important does Thursday's game become now from this perspective? Because as you just explained that it will provide answers for particular players. When you look at the incremental improvements made by the SA 18 last week, they just speak about the importance of what that game will feed into for next week's game against England.
Yeah, just because it's a thing linking up with Jock's side. I think the thing for us was, we know the weather in Ireland, and we know the first half was a 20-point wind, 20-point rain. We know that, and for guys who hasn't played there, the pressure of turning around from 28 points, and I think the guys just before halftime they scored a try, and it's a bunch of youngsters that was thrown next to 1 or 2 really experienced guys. But what we look for in a game like this is for guys to really put up their hand and say, even though the team is not maybe winning, I'm ready to play Springboks. So the same with the Bristol match. I think it's going to be an open running game depending on the weather. But there was a few, I can say it clearly now. Grant Williams was a guy who put up his hand and said, hey, I'm ready to play up there. And we don't want to single out guys because we're not the whole selection committee here. Well, that's what we want from the guys who's playing in that SA.
Santiago? Okay. Indrek? Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. We'll be sending out the recording shortly. Well, Percy, wil je Afrikaans gehad het?
Ek glo Suid-Afrikaners, ras sal saam met stem sien as Afrikaans wil baie graag Afrikaans hoor van sy kant af net hoekom dit so belangrik is om van die reëls Afrikaans te stel. En Jacques, net kortliks vir jou, net 'n opsomming oor jou spankeuses vir hierdie week. Jacques, kan ek jou ook vra, hoe verskil Cheslin Kolbe se val op sy nek met Jasper Wiese se kopstamp teen Ierland? En is jy seker julle gaan nie later in die week probleme optel oor die Cheslin Kolbe kopstamp, hersenskudding byvoorbeeld?
Afrikaans, nee. Presies, so daar's verskillende kategorieë. Ons almal het HIA, World Rugby, HIA, examens geskryf voor ons gekom het. Ons almal verstaan dit en dis hoekom ek laasweek probeer verduidelik het. Die feit is dat 'n kategorie 1 HIA is, wat kategorie 1 concussion level om dit daai way te noem. Dis waar laasweek die verskil ingekom het, jy weet. Volgens ons was dit nie kategorie 1 nie. Kategorie 1 is jy's dadelik uit vir 12 dae of whatever. En ons het dit nie as so gesien nie, maar toe ons die span aankondig, toe laat World Rugby ons Six Nations ons weet, dit is 'n kategorie 1 volgens hulle op die video wat hulle gekyk het. Dan toe aanvaar ons dit en toe ons nog gekyk of hy dit kan pas, maar toe kan hy nie. Cheslin en ons is glad nie 'n kategorie 1 concussion nie. So hulle return to play is heeltemal anders as Jasper se return to play, oor dit nie 'n kategorie 1 concussion met die signs en die video footage en die goeters was nie. So dit verskil van mekaar.
Praat goeie tweets aan Rassie.
Sorry?
Ek sê Rassie, praat gou jou tweets terwyl jy in die woord is, meneer, in Afrikaans.
My tweets, ja. Percy, ek dink wanneer ek tweet ek nie vir mense wat my nie wil volg nie en nie Suid-Afrika. Ek sê nie vir verteenwoordig Suid-Afrika nie, ek sê nie vir verteenwoordig Springbokke nie, maar ek het nog altyd gevoel ons het ons #StrongerTogether was die ons die spelers, coaches en die spelers doen so hard as wat ons kan, Jacques coach en ek probeer al die politiek en al die ander dinge weg van hulle te hou dat hulle net kan coach en hulle doen die main thing wat oefen hard is en speel hard. En dan gee ons access na julle die media toe en na die koerantmanne toe en social media toe sodat mense ingelig is oor wat ons probeer doen en dan kyk hulle Saterdag ons speel en dis die derde been van Stronger Together en dan besluit hulle is die span goed genoeg, doen die span, werk die span hard genoeg en weet is hulle positief oor die span en weer eens dit wat mense offensive voel oor wat ek sê in 'n tweet. Ek sê nie ek verteenwoordig Suid-Afrika wanneer ek dit doen nie. Ek probeer die Suid-Afrikaanse mense wat ons ondersteun verduidelik waar dinge gebeur op die veld waarop ons hard moet werk, wat ons nie reg kry nie, wat ander spanne reg kry, waar ons dink ons is agter en jy weet ek almal vat dit na die referees toe. Ek het nie een keer ergens 'n referee genoem nie en ek glo ook nie dat al daai ek dink dis 8 tweets gewees was relevant tweets waar ons iets anders kon gedoen het om miskien 'n ander resultaat by daai spesifieke aksie kon gekry het. En ek voel ons skuld dit vir ons ondersteuners en die mense wat dit nie wil volg nie, blok dit. Of nie na dit luister nie. Ek tag niemand daarin nie. Ek verwag nie van mense om na te luister nie en die mense wat belangstel en wonder hoe probeer ons dinge aanpak soos wat ons span ge-align is en weet wat ons moet regkry en die coaches ge-align is daar niks meer in daai bedoelings. Ek glo nie referees soos Wayne Barnes kan enigstens dink dat ek goeters wat ek dink ons moet regkry alles vinger in hom na sy kant toe wys nie. Ek bedoel dit is seker net onmoontlik dat so iets kan gebeur. So ja, dis maar hoe ek dit sien en wat die mense die ander narrative wat hulle daai uit wil kry. Ek dink Suid-Afrikaners verstaan dit bietjie beter.
Okay, is dit Busie?
Jacques, jou span?
In terme van die span Percy, ja, ons het 'n rotasie op slot. Eben is op die bank en dan begin ons met Salmaan en ons begin met Marvin Orrie. En dan ja, Andre Estreisen kan die volgende week vir ons speel nie en al die ouens wat nou in die span is oefen al die hele jaar saam met ons en hulle sit baie harde werk in en ons verdien ons voel hulle verdien 'n kans en dis geen disrespek teen Italië nie. Ons het die span so gebalanseerd as moontlik gekies want dis 'n baie belangrike wedstryd vir ons. Ja, dis in terme van die span.
Hello everybody and welcome to Fair Rugby. We are live and Jacques Nienaber has just announced his side to take on Italy. I like it. I must admit, I like it. A couple of things I'm a little bit concerned about, maybe a little bit I wouldn't say worried, but a couple of things which got me going, let's see. But there are some changes. There are some big calls. There is an Evan Ruiz on the bench. There is a Mani Liebach retained in the side. So there's a chance for Andre Esterhuizen. There's a chance for 2 new locks. There is a break for Eben Etzebeth. So for me, there are a lot of nice parts to it. So I'm going to put the team up on the screen in a moment, and that is what it does look like. And then I'm going to ask the standard question: do you like it? Yes or no? That's all we're going to ask for now, and then we'll sort of start breaking it down. Do you like the team? Yes, no. I put a mostly yes. I'm gonna add a couple of the fences there. So if you want to do like a mostly kind of like it. That's how we don't line up. So if we look at it, where are the changes? The changes are at lock, a whole new lock combination, getting an opportunity. It's a new loose trio that we haven't seen this tour, but probably our strongest loose trio of the year. It's a new center pairing, and it's probably the strongest bench ever. Like ever. I don't think we've ever had such a strong bench. Like it's mad. It's an unbelievably good bench, but it's an interesting team, and I think it's a team that has had to be affected slightly by PSDF the toy, because I think this team was always going to be rotated. This was always going to be the game that a couple of players who hadn't played so far were going to play. I think the plan was to leave the shores. They were going to really unload on France, Ireland, try and win those 2 games, and then rotate and against Italy. And the idea was that if you, for example, beat Ireland and France, I don't think anybody would even care if you actually lost to Italy if you had rotated. I think people would just go, nah, it's fine, we rotated, we lost to Italy, it is what it is. But because we lost to both Ireland and France, we do still have to put up a decent side. And I do think that Evan Lewis was set to start, and I think he still would have started had Pieter-Steph du Toit not gotten that red card and been banned. I think if we were starting with Franco Mostert, for example, at 5, Pieter-Steph du Toit at 7, then I think we could have probably played Evan Lewis at 8. But I do think with there not being Pieter-Steph du Toit there, I think that they have gone with Jasper Wiese, who is just a bit of a safer option. And Evan Lewis off the bench. So look, it's a good side, and I think the hope is that we try and we bury the game early, and then we unload what is a childishly strong bench. And Evan Lewis must go and tweak. He must go out there and just run over some Italians for the 20-25 minutes he does get. Because if he does it well, then he will probably start for England next week. Because we will have no Jasper Wiese, and we will have no Pieter-Steph du Toit, and we will have we don't even know what we might not have next week with our team. So let's go through the team, shall we? The starting front row doesn't change, and I don't mind that. I thought Oxenchair I thought actually had a really good game last week. Frans Mahurba started as ever, and Bongi Manambi, again, I don't mind Bongi starting and Malcolm Marx off the bench. Salman Murat, Marvin Ori, we haven't seen enough of these two. They're part of the box squad, and we need to see what they can do. Salman Murat's been touted as a potential future Bok captain even. So if he's going to do that, he needs to play for the box. And I think he's a player who's got a untapped potential, and the reason I say untapped is I don't think we've seen it yet, but it's there. There's no doubt that it's there, and I think that he's worth investing in. I do. I think he can be quite a special player. On form, is he the best second choice number 4 we've got? Maybe not. Maybe he isn't. But there's something there for me, and I think that and the box squad see it. We saw it at juniors, for example. And we're going to see an opportunity for him to start this week, and he's going to have a full 60-70 minutes for him to really have a go. Marvin Ori, I think, has actually become a very decent option, to be honest. I think that, and I say this as a Lions fan, he's a completely different player to the one at Lions, because he's cleaned up a lot of his, he was always a solid player. He's brilliant at the lineouts, we know that. He's a lineout specialist. And he's pretty solid. He makes his tackles, he carries quite well. He's not the enforcer. He's not an Arceus name. He's going to hit the gaps and get offloads and stuff like that. But he's solid. And what he's done now lately is he's removed that sort of discipline issue. Which for me was sort of holding him back a little bit. So I don't mind Marvin Ori playing at all. This loose trio is a form loose trio. You can't argue the form of this loose trio. We are looking at probably the strongest loose trio that we can put out. I personally think on form, if we're playing a World Cup final, this is probably the loose trio we go with. Siya Kolisi, Franco Mostert, Jasper Wiese. Franco Mostert, if we're being brutally honest, for me has been better than Pieter-Steph du Toit. And Siya Kolisi's been brilliant. And Jasper Wiese is, whilst we do want to see Evan Lewis, Jasper Wiese has never done anything to warrant him being dropped. He's actually been very good. The halfback combination stays the same. I don't mind that. I mean, again, you could have an opportunity to start Manie Libbok, but you really want to keep Damian Willemse on the side. He's playing such good rugby at the moment. And I think that what we saw with Willie Leroux and Damian Willemse is that those two can combine quite well and can sort of alternate quite well. So I think they want to keep sort of growing that kind of relationship. The good news is Cheslin Colby has been past fit. We were wondering if might be concussion protocols might keep him out, but he does start. Kurt Lawrence keeping his spot as well. Then Andre Esterhuizen gets an opportunity at 12. It is his last opportunity for the year because he will not be available for the Springboks next week. He will have to return to his club on Monday. So they have to go back to Quins. But Damien Delendy at 13 is an interesting one. And for me, I think this is a can he do it type situation. I don't think this is a case of he's our best 13 option. I think it's a case of, well, we're a bit worried about 13. We don't have much depth at 13. JC Quill, for me, has actually been fine. And I'll get slaughtered for saying that, but I think it's become a cool thing to hate on him. I think he's actually been all right. But after that, we don't have other options. So I think this is a case of, well, can Damien do a job at 13 if we need him to, for example? And the reason that's quite exciting is because we know that Damian Willemse, for example, can start in at 12. So if Dale Lindy can do a job at 13 and Lukanyam's not available, then maybe they're going, well, maybe we're sitting here, we're going to see Willemse at 12, keep Riley at 15, put Dale Lindy at 13, and maybe that kind of works. So for me, it's an interesting experiment to see if Dale Lindy can do it at 13. Very at fullback, I think he's finally, once again, proven that that what he brings to the side. He was so good last week at first receiver, and he just marshals this entire team. He is the conductor in the Springboks. And then this bench. If you're the Italian bench, you must be shitting yourself right now. To be perfectly honest, you must be stressing. You must be looking and thinking, cool, we're going to come on and bring an impact, and you're going up against Malcolm Marx, Steven Kitshoff, Vincent Koch, Eben Etzebeth, Kwagga Smith, Evan Roos, Kobus Reinach, Mani Liebach. With the exception of Mani Liebach, we're talking about, and Evan Roos, we're talking about World Cup winners over there. And we're talking about Evan Roos and Mani Liebach as two of the best form players in the URC. So that bench, as I said, that could be one of the strongest benches of all time from a Springbok perspective. When have we had a stronger bench than that? We must go try to find one because it is unbelievable. Let's go through some of the comments. So Ernest was saying earlier, Stephen, is Francois Hoogkaart retired from international rugby? I feel like it would have been a good attribute as well. He's not. He isn't, as far as I understand, still available. Bench really strong, says John New. Rick say David Delendo at 13. Not sure about that. I'd have him on the bench, and Willemse, I'm presuming at 12. Campo said very interesting to see Roos there, but Kwagga and Visa there too. Bench is stacked, saying Sipo. Yeah. Rick saying David at 13, Willemse at 13, and Liebach at 12. I wouldn't put Willemse at 13. I'd definitely put Delendo at 13 before Willemse. Delendo has moved there in the past. Vix, I do like the squad. Is Malcolm Marx fit? Well, he's in the squad, so it looks like it. Femi says, shoot a question. Do you think Salman Murat and Marvin Orie deserve to be in the box squad, or do you think they are better players that deserve a chance in the green and gold? I do think, I don't, put it this way. If you're looking at Jason Jenkins, Salman Murat, Marvin Orie, and Ruan Nokia, okay, those are our 4 locks who are starting SAA and Springboks. I think Jason Jenkins, by the end of the season, if he continues to play the way he will be a serious threat to Salman Murat as a second choice for. I think that Ruan Nokia would look very much the part at a Springbok level. I don't think there's a lot between Ruan Nokia and Marvin Orie. I don't think that there will be a lot between Salman Murat and Jason Jenkins. I think Jason Jenkins is the more proven player, Salman Murat a more exciting youngster. But I don't think there's a lot between them, to be perfectly honest. I don't think, it's if you're sitting there saying Ruan Nokia is leagues ahead of Marvin Orie, I don't think that's fair. I think Marvin Orie is a very solid player. I think he's just, because he's not particularly flair, and I think, Ruan Nokia is a phenomenal player. I really like him. I think he's going to play 50-plus tests for the Boks. But he's also a player, especially the way the Bulls play, for example, he ends up scoring tries. He's a very big ball carrier, and especially in the loose, which is a bit strange for a lock to do. But Arke Snyman used to do that for the Bulls as well. And that garners a lot of attention. So Marvin Orie is a grafter. He's in the Franco Mostert mold. He's a grafter, and he's very good with his lineouts. He's very solid. He doesn't miss tackles. And he's pretty solid as a player. Like physically, he's quite solid. So I think that he's a nice player to have. You've got to have a grafter. And Ruan Nokia is a grafter, but I don't think Marvin Orie is going to do himself any harm this weekend. We're not going to get a spectacular 8 out of 10, finding breaks and stuff like that from Marvin Orie, but he will execute what he needs to do very well. And sometimes you need that. Sometimes you need that player that's just going to go out and do the grunt work and allow other players to do the more exciting stuff. And Salman Murat is someone who I think, he has had his injury issues. He then came back, got a ban, which wasn't great, but he's very talented. He needs to run of games, and I'm hoping that we will see him really progress next to Marvin Orie for the Stormers. But he's been highly rated for a long time, and let's hope that we kind of see why this weekend. Will Colby end up kicking again? I have no doubt. Rick says, not sure PSF's toy is ready to back in the fall. I know he's good chops, but he's not been as good since his injury. Yeah, I think PSF toy needs to go out and needs to have a full-on season and a very good preseason, and then come back hopefully closer to... hopefully he'll be a bit more sort of the PSF toy of 2019. What I found frustrating is I thought Ireland, we saw shades of that. We really saw a much better PSF toy, and then he got sent off last week. And a lot of people were very angry at me saying, because I said that he had a poor year in the Bok jersey and it came to an even worse conclusion. And a lot of people say, no, but he's not a dirty player, he didn't mean it, etc. And two things can be right at the same time. Did he mean to go and smack Althing in the head? Maybe not, and probably not. Was he head-on-head collision? Was it a red card? Yes. Was it still reckless from him? I do believe it was. I just don't think he was in control. So, but let's see what everybody else can do. From a centre pairing point of view, very keen to see what Andre Esterhuizen could do. We didn't really get to see much of him this year. Again, I think they would have liked to have played him against Argentina twice, but then we lost that game to Australia, which didn't help things. And this is the last opportunity he gets. And so hopefully he will really sort of come to the party. And Fab de Klerk, Damian Willems, they need to sort of play a bit more rugby together. Jan saying, why did Atlanta 13? So we have two big Bs starting at centre for the box. Do you see the Erasmus movie? I've been following all the Erasmus stuff. Yeah, whether you like it or not, it's gaining attention. So and a lot of people say that he's doing it to get remove the players from the spotlight, which he's definitely achieving. The issue is what he's doing right? Should he be doing it? Is it a good look? And look, I think if you guys are on Twitter, Twitter is a war zone out there. I'm caught in the mix of it. I've got a lot of people going after me. I threw a bit of shade out against the French, and people haven't appreciated it. There's not much sense of humor at the moment on Twitter. There really isn't, which is bad, because I very much say things with a pinch of salt, and unfortunately, there's not much of that going on at the moment. People are getting very serious. People are getting very uptight. People need to chill. People need to realize this is a rugby game at the end of the day. But yeah, so I'm throwing a bit of cheeky shade out. I'm getting a lot of abuse. It's fun. It's fun out here. But shame, it's actually quite toxic. A couple of the SA journalists have actually taken a break from Twitter because it's getting so hectic. I'm not one of those guys. I'm not going to take much personally. I've got a lot of people going after me, and it's not that deep. So MC says, I've cut Rassie out of my life. We have had to fall out. We are no longer friends. Well, sorry to hear that. Hopefully, you'll rekindle that love next year when we go to the World Cup, and hopefully do quite well. Feed 3 says, you're a big Ruiz fan here. A lot of Ruiz fans, I reckon. David saying, hope Ivan and Mani can get proper game time. I think they will. I think we will see. I'm hoping we will see. We will see them get reasonable game time. I think that we will. I think the idea is that you want to try and put Italy away quite early and sort of snuff out any sort of. You've got to actually be very lethal. You've got to be unforgiving. You've got to be brutal. You've got to be. Yeah, I think brutal is probably the best way. You can't allow Italy to even begin to think that there's an upset on the cards. You've got to put them away early. You've got to very early say, you can do that against Australia. You're not doing that against us. And be very upfront about that. Put them away in the first half. Unload this bomb squad and really put them to the sword. We want to go out and win by 30, 40 points this week, which will mean a lot more in the back if they just beat Australia. Because I think regularly, if you're going to beat Italy by 30 points, people are going, oh, yeah, but it's Italy. This Italian side is not to be taken lightly. If we do beat them by 30 points, it'll mean a lot. And I don't think we should be underestimating them at all. But this team has got a point to prove. And the best thing to do about that is to go out and beat Italy comfortably and go out and basically go and see what this team could do. And if you go and put them on top, you then unload this stupidly good bench, that'll allow Evan Ruiz, Mani Libbok the freedom to really display what they can bring. And I do think that there are starting spots against England up for grabs. Jasper Wiese will not be available for England. So, whilst Franco Master, Sia Khaleesi, Kwagga Smith will be, those are pretty much our loose forwards along with Evan Ruiz. Obviously SAA players can move in here, but we could very well see a loose trio of Sia Khaleesi, Franco Mostert, Evan Ruiz. If Marvin Orie struggles this weekend, then we could very well see a loose trio of Sia Khaleesi, Kwagga Smith, and Evan Ruiz with Franco Mostert going into the locks with Evan Etzebeth. That's probably our strongest pack that we can name. Whether we will, I don't know. But so they've got opportunities this week. I don't think Mani Libbok will start against England, but he's got an opportunity for him to really. He's got an opportunity for him to make sure that he's on the bench and get there and say, even though I'm not going to start against England, it's fine, but you will keep me in your mix, because I deserve to have an opportunity against England, which is a real big test. But also, I think, injuries happen. So, if, for example, Damian Willems goes down this weekend, and touch what he really doesn't, we can't afford. He's one of the few players, one of the least players we can afford to lose. But if he does, Mani Libbok needs to be like, right, I'm ready. Throw me in, coach. I've been in the system. I've been learning. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to have a dip here. So I do think there's a lot of opportunities here. Andre Esterhuizen gets a unique opportunity to really put his hand up and keep himself in the World Cup mix. Because I do think, why is my poll not working? Are you guys just not voting, or is? Oh no, it was working. I was showing nothing on my side. So I did ask if you're happy. 57% said yes. 30% said mostly yes. So we're seeing about 87% saying, yeah, I'm pretty much happy. 11% saying no. So those 11%, what are you not happy with? What are you not happy with? Tell me what you're not happy with. And let's dissect it, shall we? Vic saying we need to score a lot of tries in the first half to get Liebach and Ruiz a lot of game time. Contender saying there has been some competition for the left wing and showing Mpipi has target on his 11. It seems he has been given less try scoring opportunities since Am's injury. My cousin says, would have liked to see Liebach starting in Willems at 12, but I like Esterhuizen getting a start as well, has earned it with his premiership form. 100%. And I like a comment like that, because I think it's the same thing where you're like, yeah, I would have liked to have seen Evan Ruiz start, but that's if he's done nothing wrong, I can understand it, Obviously, there are, we could tinker this team. And we could, for example, as you said, see Willems at 12. Liebach start. But then Andre Esterhuizen doesn't get an opportunity. So then you're going, I'd rather get an opportunity. We could see Franco Mostert at 5, Kwako at 7, Evan Ruiz at 8, for example. But then we wouldn't see Marvin Orie. We wouldn't see Salman Murat. And I think that we also, whilst we need to go out and win this game, we need to win this game well, there is always that building depth. And that's an important part. And that's very important to the Springbok management. They do want to build this depth. They do have to build this depth. And this team allows us to look at Salman Murat properly. It allows us to look at Marvin Orie properly. It allows us to look at Andre Esterhuizen properly. So there's 3 players who we're really going to get a good look at. And those 3 players, that's important, Dave. If you think about 23, we've pretty much got our final 23 for the World Cup final if we were to play. But Salman Murat's not part of that. Marvin Orie is not part of that. Andre Esterhuizen is not part of that right now. And so you've then got 10 players that you can take on the plane that you're probably not going to be playing in your semi-finals. Now, who are those 10 players? Because those players need to be able to come into this team and be ready. So you're now looking at Salman Murat and Marvin Orie and you're going, right, which of you guys want to be part of that? You still got Luat Diago to add in here. You still got, if Arkin Snyman, for example, makes a return. So Andre Esterhuizen, for example, you're going to sit there saying, Damien can do a job at 12. Willems can do a job at 12. Pollard can play at 12. Do we need you, Andre? And now he's going to go out this weekend and hopefully say, yeah, you do. You'd be stupid to leave me behind. Same as Evan Ruiz going out there this weekend. He needs to go and show, listen, Alex, you better take me because I could be your ace in the hole. So that's the nice thing is we look at those 23. Mani Liebach as well. Is that there's a lot of opportunity for there's 4 or 5 players who will get the chance to put their hands up. Whilst, and this is the big criticism that everybody gave earlier this year when we did try rotate aside, is everybody then said, well, we did it, but we did it too much. And, how are you going to thrive if you're in a new team? And I understand that. So now this is much more, there's no excuse for Salman Murat and Marvin Orie not pitching up this weekend. There's no excuse for Andre Esterhuizen not pitching up this weekend. When Evan Ruiz comes on, there's no excuse for him not to operate. You're in a very good side of players who are comfortable. You are now being given the best possible scenario to succeed. If you don't, that's on you. David saying, please no cards. Rick saying, I hope Evan gets a full game rest. Hopefully he's only there just in case Italy race stand up. I'll come up for 20 minutes. Smanga saying, at least if we can win the last 2 games, that would be nice. Rudolph says, Russ to aggro, will he also get a red card? I hope not. He needs to calm down a little bit. So I do know what you're saying. Do you know if English can select their club players at the Prem next week? Can select, 100%. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any players at all. So there is an agreement with England which allows them to select your Saracens players, your Harlequins players, etc. But they don't have to release them to other teams like us. Ernest says, I agree on left wing, but some respect race for him is also good to see competition. Yeah, I think Mapimpi is still very much in the plans. And it's still probably probably still first choice at this rate, but good to see that if somebody else can do the job. My cousin says Italy would try and run us off our feet. I do see them scoring a try or 2. We can hurt them with our physicality though, even with the locks we've picked. Let's take them to the dark place. Dennis said, I'd like to have seen Kenny Mead on this tour if he wasn't injured. It would have been interesting to see if he would have played, where he would have played, how much he would have played. Obviously, I heard they're going to reduce the number of subs after the World Cup. I'll be very surprised that we're talking about player welfare, and that would very much be a step backwards for player welfare. Jaden said, Fat showed why you're still the contender for the 9 jersey last week versus France. Yeah, interesting that Jaden Hendricks has now kind of dropped off the radar and won't play this weekend either, which is pretty big. But we won't have Kurs Reinhardt next week, for example. He won't be available, so Jaden Hendricks will come back in. So yeah, we will see Jane Henderson next week, but I do think Faf can continue to start. Jan says Italy is better, but the Wallabies suck. We'll beat Italy. Ken says, I think Springboks' spot in the Rugby World Cup squad is pretty much a done deal, as Oris has been a revelation in the back three. Inyakani sadly not getting game time in the Autumn Nations this year. Rick's saying, I wonder if Quins will release Marcus Smith for the game next week, but not release Estes, and that would be cheeky. That's 100% what they're going to do. There is an agreement with English clubs that they will release English players for England games, but you don't have to do it for other ones. So Estes won't be available. Estes will play in the Premier next weekend, whilst Marcus Smith, for example, won't. But Ricardo's saying centers don't make any sense. No speed in the midfield. I mean, Damien's not slow. My cousin says, I hope Murad can win some more Block fans over. The man as a unit and does a lot of donkey work about the park. He's no Eben yet, but who is 100%. I mean, that's and I mean, isn't that the problem? You know, is you're guilty of not being same as like Jesse Creel. He's guilty of not being Lekanya but then you look at it and say, well, who is? Who can be Lekanya Who can bring what he brings? And the man's been nominated for World Player of the Year. So yes, I'm very sorry that Jesse Creel cannot replace what is at the very least the 4th best player on the planet right now, according to World Rugby. So it's difficult. Kumquat says, I really think Creel deserves another start at 13 over Delendi. I would have selected him at 13, must admit, but I can understand them wanting to experiment with Delendi and see if he can do a job. Again, if you're looking at the World Cup next year, you're then thinking, maybe you don't need to take Jesse Creel. What? Go away with one outside centre. What? But if it allows another player to be selected, then maybe it helps. So a lot of us has got to be thinking about what are we going to do on the World Cup. Creel got nothing on attack. Creel doesn't get any ball in attack, to be fair. We did see him set up a try against Argentina. So Tian says, would have rather start Liebach this game, to be honest, but at least Damien is solid. Could have rested Eben and start Ruiz. Well, we have rested Eben. And I think if PSF Toy was playing, I think we would have seen Eben Ruiz start. But also, remember that Jaspisa won't play next week. But yeah, James, I wonder if the coach said thought about putting Kwaka in the back line if need be for a mid-game injury, given a serious background. Well, he is the cover. So the 6-2 split works because Kwaka Smith can go onto the wing if he needs to. Do you think Deontay could make the race next year? I was so disappointed when he got banned. I think if Deontay was coming back in the next month or two, I think he'd stand a chance. But he only gets back in August, so he won't make the World Cup. He's allowed to start training, I think 6 months before, so I think he can start training about February, March. But he's not going to play a game for a while. So yeah, we just won't see it. Unfortunately, he could make the 2027 World Cup. He's still young enough, so you never know. So yeah, I'm just checking to see if there's any news coming out the press conference. Doesn't sound like there's much, to be honest. Wales have also announced their team. That's very early for them. So what are we saying here? Red Savage saying, how about Willemsen centre pairing? Things you'd love to see, isn't it? I think the Boks want to bully the small backline the Italians have. Colby has his work cut out with Montearoni being a physical specimen. LaRue needs to teach Newboy and to quit a lesson with his experience. I also hope to get some more ball at 11. We wait to see, don't we? I'm gonna have a bit of a stretch. It's been a long morning. Right. Yeah, I like it. And it's I've got no issue with this. I don't have that many. You know what it is? Even if you don't like certain players in the squad, we've got to see them play. So we've got to see if Salman Murad can do a job. We've got to see if Marlon can do it. And you sort of feel like they're almost playing against each other to a certain degree. There's not space for both of them next year. So who will get the run in if there's space for either of them, for example. But so let them go out and play, and they must probably know that listen, I've got to operate you. If I don't operate you, I'm in trouble. Same as somebody like Andre Esterhuis, who's hanging on with a thread. He's there, but he's not getting an opportunity. Is he going to get as much opportunity coming forward? Probably not. So he needs to go and say, I can do a job here. So I think it's a nice team of giving players opportunity and building depth while still ensuring that we've got a good side. This is good enough to beat Italy. I think that's probably the biggest point is that it's a good enough side to beat Italy. But but there's also a little bit of building depth. TJ saying, hey Stephen, the team looks good, hoping that Evan and Lubak gets a decent amount of time this weekend, but I'm loving the experiment with the players, keep well. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that sums it up. You know, it is a good enough team. They obviously, you know, a lot of it contains with we want to see Evan Lewis and Monty Lubak get 20 minutes each, and hopefully that is the plan. But we've got to win the game first, you know, because let's be honest, as Springbok fans, we might sometimes say, you know what, if we lose but we build depth, we're happy with that. We're not happy with that. Same thing as SAA. We spent the entire Thursday last week saying the result's not important tonight, the performance is. Then we lost. And didn't help that the performance wasn't great either. And then we had an absolute meltdown about Mazamdita stick can't coach, and these players are hopeless, and this is a joke, and this is our second best team, the Springbok depth is doomed, and we were very doom and gloom, we were very apocalyptic, and what we had been saying the entire Thursday about the results pretty irrelevant went out the window very quickly. So the number one thing for Saturday is we've got to win. We've got to win this match, and hopefully we develop depth at the same time. That's now become the priority. We can't afford. Italy can't become a banana skin because we're playing against England next week without 4 big players. You know, without Kobus Reinach, who's now on the bench, without Cheslin Colby, without Jasper Wiese, who are pretty important players to the box. Thankfully, Vincent Koch will be available. He wouldn't have been available ordinarily, but yeah, a bit of fortune with him being currently between clubs. So yeah, next weekend is going to be a very difficult match against England, which is why Italy can't become a banana skin, because you lose against Italy, and all of a sudden you could be looking at 0 from 4. At this stage, even now, we could be looking at 1 from 4, which is not a good end of year tour. 2 for 4, I think, would be. It wouldn't be a good tour. I think this tour is already a bit of a failure from a results point of view. It's difficult because you know, you look at that France game and you'll go, it's actually a really good performance, but we lost because we had a red card. And 3 from 4 would have been phenomenal. As I said that 3 from 4 is probably our best option for the end of year tour. I don't think we're ever going to go 4 from 4, because that would have been beating number 1 in the world at home, beating number 2 in the world at home, beating Italy, and then going and beating England without a couple of players at home as well, who are probably about the 4 or 5 best team in the world. So it was always going to be a very intense end of year tour. The Italian result for me stings because we could have won and should have won that game. The Ireland game, we were in there, we were by 3 points. So we haven't been outplayed, but it's a results-based game at the end of the day. You know, if you lose a semi-final by 1 point, you're out. It doesn't matter. So we've got to find those results. We've got to start finding better ways to convert the pressure into points and to get these results and stuff like that. But it starts with this weekend. Go out and put in a big performance against Italy, and then go out and really have a go at England and try and beat England. You go and beat England next week, 2 out of 4, arguably a third game which you should have won, and you didn't get outplayed. You can basically say it was all right. It wasn't a failure. It wasn't a disaster. Yeah, it wasn't exactly what we wanted to do. We're going to wrap up there, people. We will be live again tomorrow. At this stage, probably at lunchtime as well. We might do an evening show. You never know. We will also have an update, hopefully, on PSF the Toys disciplinary case, which is being heard today. So we might have a decision about that either today or tomorrow. Obviously, we'll be live on Thursday for the SAA versus Bristol, which is going to be a lot of fun. So a preview will be out for that tomorrow. Bristol should be naming their side today. Then Italy will be naming their side on Thursday. So those preview and stuff like that will be out then. So yeah, lots of content coming out over the next couple of days. We will have the Springbok press conference out in the next hour. So keep an eye on what Jacques Nobel has to say about all these various players and stuff like that. But yeah, please do smash like on the video. We want to try and get to 22,000 subscribers. We're on 21,600 at the moment. So let's see if we can get there this weekend. That'd be pretty cool. And I was hoping to try and see if that was going to work. But yeah, we'll see you guys all next time. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sport. For today's guide on how to watch Italy take on South Africa this weekend. Italy looking to actually go 3 from 3 in the Autumn Nations series so far. I mean, how crazy is that? They swept aside Samoa in the first game. They then upset Australia in the second game. And now they're taking on the world champions. And this Italian side's going to be brimming with confidence, but it's a match the Springboks have got to pitch up, and they've actually got to make a statement. Because at the moment, the Boks are looking at 0 from 2, and if they were to lose this weekend, Italy would be 3 from 3, with Boks are 0 from 3, which would be a disaster. So it is a very important game for the Springboks. A couple of rotated players in the box side, but still a very, very strong side. Kickoff is at 3 o'clock South African Standard Time. It's an afternoon kickoff for South Africans, so make sure you don't get caught unawares. And the big question is, how can you watch that game? Well, thank you very much to ExpressVPN, who are powering and sponsoring this video. They are making it easier than ever for you to watch all the action live during this Autumn Nations series. And in terms of watching this game, well, it's the same as watching every other game that we've been doing. If you're following the channel, you'll know exactly what to do. First things first, you're going to download ExpressVPN. And there's a link in the description below. There's a special offer for all Forever Sports supporters. You can get an extra 3 months free if you sign up with a 12-month subscription. You're then going to open up ExpressVPN, which looks something like this. And you're going to click those 3 little dots on the right over there, and it'll bring up a bunch of locations. You're going to go to a UK location, and you're going to turn the VPN on. You're then going to go to Amazon Prime. Again, link in the description. You're going to sign up for a 30-day free trial. And you then go to the link over here, and there's your Autumn Nation series. There you go to the game you're looking for, which is Italy versus South Africa. You pull that up over there, and there we go. All the build-up stuff like that, everything, and it will be live on Saturday. So it's as easy as that. So don't wait until Saturday and then start sort of making a mad flurry to try and find a stream. Get yourself sorted, get yourself ExpressVPN, go and sign up for a free trial on Amazon Prime. It's as easy as that. So there really is no excuse these days not to watch the action. And we'll see you guys all there for Watchalong this weekend as we sort of build towards the big test against England next week. But South Africa can't afford to Italy to become a bit of a banana peel, so they've got to go out and do the job. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Hi, Mani and Evan. Evan, you made it this debut. Can you hear me?
Can anybody hear us, guys?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Okay, now we can hear you.
Cool,
I hope
thanks,
you
man.
hear what I said before. Now we can hear you. Okay,
Okay.
cool, Ashfaq, you can go.
Hi guys, Evan, you made your debut earlier this year, but you've had to wait quite a while now to get another chance. You must be really excited to get an opportunity against Italy.
Yeah, obviously, I'm very excited. Yeah, it's still, yeah, I'm struggling to sleep at night. Yeah, it's been a while since I could represent the country, so it's always such an honor to be able to do it again. I can't wait.
Guys, please raise your hands for questions.
Just if I can ask Evan a follow-up, just in terms of your role of the bench, Evan, what are the coach's instructions and what do you hope to achieve?
Obviously, it's awesome being part of the bomb squad, and just when I get on, just bring energy and presence and stuff, and just play like I normally do. Not gonna try something different or new, and hopefully that's enough.
Carl?
Evan, congratulations on coming back. With the Dupree twins also coming back into the fold, how do you rate the competition in the Springbok squad for position in the loose forwards, and what do you make of what's your personal opinion about the competition?
Obviously, we're blessed in both squads with quite loose forwards. I mean, Jasper, Sia, Peter Steph, Kwacha, the Priya brothers, Pepsi, Noche at the SA. So yeah, competition is obviously very tight, and it's a good thing because it brings the best out of everyone. So yeah, I'm just trying to work on my work-ons and get better at what I do, and the rest will take care of itself.
Justin?
Thank you, Zina. Hi, Mani. Evan, Mani, for you, your moment last week, I mean, we didn't get to chat to you post that moment. How special was that? And now being able to follow that up with another opportunity this weekend must be really special for yourself.
Yes, yeah, Justin. Yeah, it was a very special moment for me. Yeah, one of the biggest moments of my life so far. I'm just grateful and that able to go on the field and get my first cap for the Springboks. Yeah, it was myself. It was it's a dream come true. Yeah, I'm just grateful and honored.
Percy?
Zina, baie dankie Zina. Good afternoon gentlemen. Goeiemiddag meneere. Manny, ek wil 'n soortgelyke vraag van my kollega Justin gevra het. Ek is nie seker of almal julle reg gehoor het nou nie. Manny, net kortliks in Afrikaans. Hoe was jou ervaring geweest? Redelijk kort geweest, hy verskyning teen die opponente verlede week. Hoe was jou ervaring sover met die span geweest en hoe sien jy uit na julle uitdaging hierdie naweek teen Italië? Kan ek vir ewen 'n soortgelyke vraag van Afrikaans asseblief? Dankie.
Ja, nee, dat was voor mij, het was lekker om op die veld te gaan. En eerste, taste kon krijgen van toetsrugby. Vooral in een quality span zoals Frans. En ja, dat was lekker om op die veld te gaan. Belangrijk te zien en wat het speel. Ja, en dan just net op die week, ja, ons zijn baie uit voor die game. Ja, dat gaan een groot toets wees. Naweek, 'n lekker toets wees. Ja, ons baie uit word.
Stel 'n vraag.
Asseblief Ewan.
Ja, yes, ja, laaste teen alles my eerste smaakie gekry en nou ek het nou gewag en kry nou weer kans. So jy leer net hoe om dit te waardeer en as jy kans so nie baie kom nie, maak dit net soveel meer spesiaal. En ja, dis so 'n groot eer om jou land te verteenwoordig en om daai groot draad te trek. So ek sien verskriklik baie uit. En Italië is 'n kwaliteitsspan. 2 wenne nou in 'n ry. So hulle is op 'n goeie paadjie, maar ons berei lekker voor. En hard oefen die week en 'n goeie gevoel in die span. So ons sien baie uit.
Ashfaq, is that another question?
Yes, please.
You can go.
Okay, Mani, daai paar minute verlede week met 'n laaste afskop, dit het goed uitgewerk, jy kort gegaan en Damien het die bal teruggewen en hulle kon dit net nie deurtrek op die einde nie, maar jy moet seker baie bly gewees het met daai paar minute vir jou persoonlik en net as jy nou vorentoe kyk vir Italië, wat verwag jy Saterdag?
Ja, nee, Swak, ja, dit was obviously was die plan geweest. Sien ons moet die bal terugkry en ja, ons wil die game time wen. Was die opsie geweest, daar was die plan en ek is net bly vir dit execute en goeie chase van Damien. So ja, was net ja, dat was die plan geweest en ja, Italië, soos Evan gesê het, Italië kom van 2 goeie wenne af. So hulle is op 'n rol en ja, hulle is soos en is 'n baie goeie team. En ons het goed beperk die week vir hulle. So ons sien baie uit vir dit en ons is baie excited vir die naweek.
Ja, maar Mani, man kan ek net vra, het jy in jou boktrek geslaap Saterdag aan?
Ek het amper geslaap en maar ek het voor die Vrydag voor dit ek kom ek het 'n groot oomblik gevat na die try te kyk. Ja, en dit alles aangeneem. Ja.
Okay, guys, we'll take 2 more questions from at home and then switch to the floor. I forgot, sorry, my fault. There's only 20 minutes for these 2 plays and then 10 minutes for Kwagga. So, Percy and Carl. Oh, shame, Justin. Okay, jy kan ook gaan. Gaan, Justin.
Baie dankie Zina. Mani, to you again, in the release yesterday that we all received, it's highlighted that, you can cover quite a few positions within the team if needed. Does that give you a little bit of extra confidence knowing that your skill set, that it could mean you get used a lot more often because you can cover different positions within the squad?
Ja, Justin, ja, ek is net ja, ek soos ja, weet ek kan 15 in center 13 op cover. So ja, ek is net grateful vir daai en om weer iets te kry. En waar kan die span, waar kan die coach mee nodig het. Is ek reg om te gaan. En ja, is maar net so 'n groot eer en ek sê 'n groot eer en honor om die jersey te dra en is altyd 'n spesiale oomblik om my jersey so ja, ek is net ek vat die rol aan met alles wat ek het en
Sorry, could we just get an English, please? Sorry, Zina. Jammer man. As well.
Engels. So yes, yeah, for me, I'm just obviously first of all, I'm just grateful for the opportunity once again to put on the jersey. It's always like everyone said, it's a special, it's a very special moment. It's always special to get a chance to play in the jersey. So yeah, and for me, I'm taking on the role wherever the coach needed me. The game, I'm willing to go and just do my best for the team.
Guys, we're gonna unfortunately just switch to the floor now because we've got 10 minutes left with them, and then if there is time afterwards, we can take another question from online. So, guys.
Ivan, do you see yourself just as an 8?
Well, I can obviously have a 7 and if needed 6, and I even scrummed at lock today, so a bit short, but if they need me there, I'll scrum. They just give me 21-inch studs, then I'm there. But no, yeah, try to focus on 8 as my main role, and 7 secondary.
Even just talk us through the patience factor. Playing in a position where there's a lot of competition. There's injured Dwayne, there's Jasper, who's playing well at ages. Talk us through how important patience has been for you with how well you played in the URC, but also still having to wait for your pop chance.
Well, obviously, it's there's quality players in the 8 position. I mean, Dwayne, as you mentioned, that isn't such a role model. I learned so much from Jasper and Kwacha as well. So it's nice that competition is there, but it's also a thing where you learn from each other. And yeah, I'm still young as well. I still got a lot to learn. I'm only 22 now, so I'm just trying to take everything in. But and if I get the chance, and obviously I'll make full use of it and play to the best of my abilities. And always try my best in training and stay as competitive as well. But that's the nice thing about this environment. It's competitive, but everyone helps each other. So yeah.
Some of you guys on, we're actually talking. I think it was after the game. What were you guys saying to each other?
After the France game?
Yes.
I told him he should have kicked left in the space. Like on the kickoff.
Yeah.
Just take us through your emotions. Just getting on the field, taking that kickoff, just being in that environment.
Yeah, always. Yeah, for me it was special. It was really special for me. Special moment. Yeah, it's one I dreamed of since I was a kid. And yeah, when I got it, opportunity to go into the field. To be honest, I was so energetic. I just wanted to get a ball in my hands and play. If I could have run from the kick over the ball, I should. But yeah, I was very excited, very emotional, but excited at the same time. Yeah, it was a very special moment for me.
And what lessons did you learn from Dwayne?
Yeah, it's more
the biggest lesson.
Biggest lesson. But yeah, it wasn't much a lesson. But me and him chatted recently and just said he'll always have my back and stuff. So it's massive to hear from someone who's one of your childhood heroes. I immediately called my dad and said, "Dad, you won't believe what message I just got." So and obviously the normal technical rugby stuff, you always help me with the stuff. But there's just that little message that he sent me means quite a lot, and kind of puts myself at ease as well, having known someone of that experience and stature that backs you.
Okay, guys, just for my purposes, we'll take a couple of more questions on online, and then for me and what we have to write is, guys. I mean, Mani, you answered about Italy. Ivan, for you, what do you make of their pack, and what are you expecting from them?
Without analysing everything during the week, they've got a solid scrum, good front row, and a few poaching threats as well. So obviously, us as a forward pack needs to get momentum and give our backs chance to run at them and stuff. And we have to be accurate at set piece, lineouts and scrums, balls, bring the physicality and just do what we normally do. Yeah, quality pack, and respect is due where it is due.
Cool. Guys, any further questions at home while we wait for Kwagga? Ashwat?
Thanks, Zina. Mani, net in terme van die taktiese benadering vir Italië en verlede week, jy moet dit seker geniet het om te kyk hoe die ouens soos Cheslin en Kirtley hulle die bal teruggehardloop het en hulle defense aangevat het. Dis amper 'n bietjie soos die Stormers speel bal in hand tipe rugby. Ek weet Italië miskien is 'n ander soort span, maar is dit ook die plan vir hierdie naweek?
En as ek daar was 'n plan ons gewees laas naweek teen France. Obviously ons het geprobeer dat daai opportunities daar is vir ons en ja, die manne was excited rondom dit en dat die plan baie goed geëxecute. Ja, en dit was nice om hom te sien. Was lekker vir my om te sien. Ja, Italy is baie meer dieselfde, baie meer dieselfde tactics en so. Maar ons het planne rondom wat ook al hulle vir ons gaan gee. Ons het ons planne voor en ons het goed prepare vir dit. So ja.
Hendrik?
Mani, wie het 'n groot rol by jou gespeel met jou opgang by die Stormers? Ek het op stadium gehoor Damien en Warwick het jou baie gehelp. En nog iemand wat jou baie gehelp het of dalk fiksheid of wat het jou baie gehelp by die Stormers?
Ek dink ja, obviously vir my om Damien en Warwick saam in dieselfde backline te kon hê, is ook 'n groot punt vir my. Dit om my by jou op 'n aspek waarop attack space te sien en om my te kommunikeer rondom waar die spasie is en waar ons kan gaan en waar ons die space kan vat en dat was hy so. En dan ja, en personally vir my is die feit dat ek coach Dobson die vertroue gehad het en die backing gehad het om uit te kon gaan op die veld en my self te kon gaan wees op die veld en my tot my sterkpunte my ability kon speel en te gaan speel wat voor my aangaan. Hy het ook baie gehelp. Dat ek kon passie in die veld neem.
Justin?
Thank you, Z. Mani, again, just for you, you spoke about John Dobson and the Afrikaans bite, and he was very vocal about your selection and how extremely happy he was that you were named in the squad to travel, for the end of year tour. Just speak to us about your relationship with him and how special it is that you have him and his support, and that he brought you to the Stormers to really reignite your career.
Yeah, Justin, obviously, I'm just grateful for him, for seeing, for bringing me to the Stormers and giving me the opportunity to play and backing me. I think they helped me a lot in my game and how I could week in, week out could develop and in my game and in my confidence as well. That they help a lot. So yeah, I'm just grateful for him and yeah, we are he's a good man. And yeah, I'm just grateful for what he did and what he does that for me. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
Baie dankie Zina, goeiemôre Kwagga. Kan ek gou vinnig vra? Ek kyk na julle sogenaamde bomsquad, julle plaasvervangers byvoorbeeld. Jy het redelike een van die meer ervare ouens op die bank. In die verlede sou ons as Afrikaners wat weet as die Springbokke teen Italië sou gespeel het, sou ons gedink dit sou 'n walk in the park is. Is dit nog deesdae die geval teen Italië dat spanne kan net opdag en verwag om 5 punte te kon kry teen 'n Italiaanse span?
Hallo Percy. Nee, ek dink definitief dit is een van ons fokuspunte want ek dink baie spanne onderskat hulle en dan word hulle geskok as hulle hier aankom en daai eerste afskop gebeur en hulle besef nie eintlik waartoe hulle instap nie. Ek dink vir ons dit is definitief 'n fokus dat ons seker maak ons voorberei vir hierdie wedstryd want dis 'n span wat baie confidence het op die oomblik en 'n paar goeie wenne hierdie jaar al klaar ingewerk het. So hulle gaan definitief uitkom en definitief is dit ons een van die spanne wat hulle wil wen. So ons gaan seker maak dat ons reg is en laat ons performance net so goed as moontlik kan doen.
Ross?
Thanks, Ina. How's it, Quacha? You've sort of been the ultimate book bomb squad member this season. You know, you all 9 of your games before France were played off the bench, and then you finally got a first start against the French. How did you enjoy getting your first start? And do you sort of have a preference of would you enjoy a few more starts, or do you quite enjoy your cameo role off the bench every game? And are you hoping to bring another big one against Italy?
Yeah, definitely. I think this year I've been more part of the bomb squad, where last year I was probably more part of the playing squad when Peter Steff were injured. For me, it's definitely to use the opportunity that I get if it's off the bench or if I'm starting. It was good to start last weekend, I must say. I liked it and would have loved to play 80 minutes every game. I think that's every player that want to do that. But there's a certain role that needs to be fulfilled in the Springbok team, and it's all about the team, not about the individual. So for me, whatever opportunity I get, if it's off the bench, I'll try and make the most of it and make sure that I bring that energy.
Carl?
Thanks, Ina. Quacha, there's a lot been said about the young guys, the pack that's busy chasing you older guys, especially at the loose forwards. How do you see their challenge, and what do you do to keep ahead of them?
Yeah, definitely. I think South Africa has got a very rich culture in, especially loose forwards. There's a lot of good players that comes through. For me, especially, it's just to keep doing what I do and try grow as a player. I must say it's always good competition. It's never bad competition. I like it. It's good. It makes the older guys work harder and the younger guys to realize it's not that easy to get into the team. So it's good for us all to have that positive companionship between us. I think everyone is a good player is getting his opportunity this weekend. It's never easy, especially a game like this. So I think we try to simplify things for everyone so it makes it easier for him and he can be on top of his game this weekend.
Ashfaq?
Hi Quagga, Quagga jy het nou begin gespeel een van die bank af. Wat sal jy sê, wat is die regte tyd om 'n plaasvervanger op te bring soos julle nou sê die bomb squad of moet jy maar net kyk hoe die game gaan en dan ouens opbring?
Ja, ek dink definitief die coaches het ook 'n beter view daarvan bo af om te sien waartoe die game gaan en hulle kan rewind en goed so. Ek dink dit is 'n besluit vir hulle wat hulle moet neem op die gevoel van die wedstryd, wat se kant dit vloei of hulle voel die energie vlakke dalk bietjie gedaal dat daar dalk nuwe ouens moet opkom om dit weer op te lig of as hulle voel jy's dit gaan goed, dis nie nou nodig nie om dan daai bietjie terug te hou en bietjie te wag voor hulle die plaasvervangers opsit.
Let's take a last question from Justin.
Thank you, Zina. Hi, Quagga. Just in terms of the Italians and their victory over Australia this weekend, how much are you guys reading into that, and does it cause a little bit of panic in your team in order to make extra sure that you guys have their number come this weekend?
Yeah, I think it doesn't cause panic, but I think it causes awareness to be ready for this weekend, to know that it's not a team to take up lightly. They played well against Wales, also in the Six Nations, and last weekend against Australia, they put up a really good performance. I think Australia were lucky to score that last try to actually come back into the game. So it's definitely for us just a wake-up call to know that, listen, it's not going to be an easy game, and we got to be on top of our game to win them here in Italy.
How do you adapt from the pressure cold where things seem to happen at once? For far more laid back environment, yes, as you practice that we are a very competitive side, but in general, a small town, a very historic town with a decent rugby culture and a smaller stadium. How do you make that shift from that intensity to this intensity?
Yeah, definitely. I think the first 2 test matches were against the number 1 and 2. So obviously you're up there and you want to compete against them and win them to be on the world ranking stop. But I think Italy is a team where you can easily fall into that trap if you're not ready for them, and they'll shock you the first contact probably. So for us, it was definitely to grow as a team, and I think we used the previous 2 games to get better and to make sure that we grow, because next year is the vital year that we want to win the world.
Changes have you identified in Italy from the last time you played them at the World Cup? They were a different side. They seemed not to be keen on taking on the Boks. But when you've looked at the past 3 games, it's been their physicality that's been quite a standpoint.
Yes, definitely. I think they got a few young players also in after the World Cup that's really brought in some energy. I think the competition that they play in locally also is really good for the URC. They get exposure against all the good teams. But I think, like you say, their physicality has been really good. I think their scrumming has also been good. So it's definitely a challenge for us this weekend to make sure that we don't fall into that trap.
What do you need to get that first win on tour? Maybe better execution or luck or both?
Yes, I think the previous 2 games were really tight. Could have gone any other way. So I think we were unlucky to lose those games. But for us, definitely is to work to get this win and to just get the vibe up. But I think the guys know that we actually played well in those 2 games with little areas that might have cost us the games. But I think we're growing as a team, and that's where we want to go to, and we want to make sure we keep on growing this last 2 games.
Dinge lyk dalk van buite af nou 2 verlore moeilik gaan in die kamp. Hoe kyk julle as spelers dan nou?
Ja, ek dink die 2 verlore was baie naby. Ek dink dit kan enige kant toe gegaan het, maar vir ons is dit definitief om te verbeter en seker te maak dat ons as 'n span groei, want ons werk na 'n eindpunt toe wat volgende jaar in die World Cup is. So vir ons is om elke wedstryd beter te word en mens wil wen graag elke wedstryd, maar soms gaan dit nie na jou kant toe nie, maar ek dink definitief die naweek die energie is goed in die span en ons sien regtig uit om lekker saam mekaar te speel en die wen in te kry.
Further elaborate on the luck factor has been big. What does it say about the narrow margins that one needs to deal with? High-level test rugby, especially when you need into a World Cup here.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot of games that we lose by 1 or 2 points. Even last year, if you take some of those games that we lost, it was by small margins. So definitely it is a test match, so it's always going to be close, especially when you play against the top tier nations and you're number 3 and they number 1 or 2. It's always going to be a close game for us. But I think, we need to narrow that down and make sure that we get the points when we need it and get the wins behind us.
What lessons have you as a team learned that will be valuable to next year's World Cup?
Yeah, I think we've learned a lot from last World Cup that we need to evolve our game and get it better, because we've lost a few games and it's almost always that 3 or 4 points or 2 points that we lose a game with. So there's a lot of stuff that we've been working on and we're trying to get better at it, to grow our game and to make sure that we put teams away by 7 points or 10 points, so that those small calls that might not go your way doesn't have an influence on the game's result.
Can you elaborate on that? What is?
Yeah, no, definitely. We're trying to get our discipline to be the most disciplined team in World Rugby, to give as less penalties away as possible, because that gives teams the opportunity to get into your half and to score points. So for us is to work on that discipline to make sure they don't get penalties to enter into our 22 and to score points. And then to make sure that when we have the opportunity to score points, that we score it quickly and we don't burn too much energy trying to get points.
And we're live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. It's a Thursday, and we are about to start the weekend's coverage because, first of all, we've got rugby tonight. South Africa will be taking on Italy this evening. Oh, South Africa will be taking on Italy. South Africa will be taking on Bristol Bears this evening before South Africa, or the Springboks, take on Italy on Saturday. So, 2 games, less than 48 hours between the two, and a lot of answers to a lot of questions, a lot of big test of depth, a lot of opportunities to look at players and stuff like that, which is going to be very exciting. And I think that we're both teams under a lot of pressure at the moment, and SA Rugby under a lot of scrutiny, under a lot of pressure, and the best thing possible to try and rectify all of this is to go out and win games. You know, at the end of the day, there's a lot of controversy surrounding Springboks, a lot of controversy surrounding Erasmus, a lot of issues around referees, etc. A lot of talk about South African fans and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, the best thing to do, the best possible solution for all of this is for both teams to go and do their talking on the field and to go and get good results. At the moment, we're sitting on 0 from 3 so far on this tour. We win this match tonight, we win the match on Saturday, suddenly we are 2 from 5, which is not great, but at least you have got some victories under the belt. At least you are bringing a couple of performances on the pitch, and it's not just this whole, oh, well, you're losing and this is why you're getting upset, etc., etc. So, yeah, it's quite a lot of ramifications, I think, towards this weekend, and maybe many more than they probably should be. And all of a sudden, a game against Italy, which I think 6 months ago would have been viewed as a opportunity to build depth, as a pretty much a pretty settled win, as a match that wouldn't have been that important, is all of a sudden crucial to our season, because it's actually no longer just about the result. It's about the performance, and it's about the result in context with everything else. We can't just go out and win and beat Italy, for example. We've got to go out and make a statement. Because the problem, I think, at the moment with the Boks is that we've yet to really put away teams this year. A couple of performances, for example, that last performance against Wales, we did put a team away, but we haven't really sort of seen that sort of like 10 out of 10 complete performance where the Boks looked very comfortable, got the victory done, and sort of really flex their sort of world champions tag and their muscles, and sort of really sort of come across as the dominant force in world rugby, which is why there are question marks over whether they are the dominant force, for example, whether they are a top side at the moment. I don't think they're anything. I think a lot of those question marks actually came from South African supporters. I think most of your, for example, the Irish supporters, the French supporters, whilst they're complaining about, moaning about fans moaning about referees and Rassie Rasmus, etc. In terms of on-field performance, I don't think there are any international sides who are looking at the Springboks saying that's an easy game. So yeah, I think it's an important game. An important opportunity for a couple of French players, but more importantly, as a Boks squad, we've got to go out and we've got to beat Italy pretty well. I mean, Italy at Bristol, and Italy. I'm right. Italy. There's too many games on at the moment. That's very important because, as I said, it's for as long as we're not performing well, there will always be those question marks. There will always be that sort of little bit of antsy behavior. There will always be those sort of doubts and stuff like that. So it's unfortunate game where the results it's so much more than the result, and this Italian side is not to be taken lightly. They have named an unchanged 15 from last weekend. Still no Polo got busy, for example, which is quite a nice thing from a Springbok point of view because he is very good. But it's a bit of a shame because I like to see him, and I like to see us being tested by somebody like him. So yeah, and I think this Italian side has beaten Wales. It has now beaten Australia, so it's not an easy Italian side. As Italian sides go, it's definitely one of the better ones throughout their sort of history, but that actually can't matter because this is our big opportunity. We've got to go out and we've got to dominate Italy, and then we've got to go and beat England. And we have to do these things to try and salvage what has been a semi-successful season. The Rugby Championship, as I said, was semi-successful. We were 2 points away from winning. We were probably one win. If we'd beaten the All Blacks in Ellis Park, which we probably should have done, we would have won the Rugby Championship. So we do look at that Rugby Championship as one that got away, and I think it's frustrating because we should have added that trophy to the cabinet, and we weren't able to. But yeah, there was good moments. Beating All Blacks quite outplaying the All Blacks was good moments. Beating Argentina twice, for example, another team did that. And loss against Australia was frustrating. So, and that's kind of been the case for the entire year, where we've had some very good results and then some very disappointing results. Obviously, that Welsh second test is a big sort of blotch in the results for this year. But again, it was a completely new look side, and they almost did win. So, you win that game, you win the All Blacks game, and you sit there thinking, right, well, we've only lost to, we had lost to Australia. We would won the Rugby Championship, for example. We would have whitewashed Wales. And even if we were 0 from 2 now, you sit there saying it's still been a pretty good year. However, we didn't whitewash Wales. We didn't win the Rugby Championship, and now we're 0 from 2. So all of a sudden, it's looking like a bit of a disaster year for the Boks. So in order to try and salvage it, you've got to look at the positives in defeat, if there are any. And that's the biggest problem, I think, is that certain, in some games when we have been beaten, there's like, well, what can we take from this? And sometimes it's a case of there isn't much we can take out of this. Sometimes the case there's a lot we can take out of it. And I think that's, we're hoping that every loss there needs to be a lot of lessons. And I think that there are things we can take out of the Irish game. There are definitely things we can take out of the French game, far more out of the French game for me than the Irish game, because a 14-man Springbok side went toe-to-toe with France for a good half an hour, and then a 13-man Springbok side lost towards the end. So, you fix the discipline, for example, you beat France. It's that simple. And that is a good place to be in, if you're beating France in France a year out from the World Cup, where the World Cup is being held against one of the tournament favorites. 3 points within Ireland, the number 1 ranked side in the world, is a decent place to be in. But you also think, well, we should have won that game. We could have won that game had we converted our pressure into points, which is becoming a bit of an issue. So those are sort of things that that we've got to try and sort out in the next. We've only got 3 more games: one SAA game, 2 Springbok games, and once that's done, then that's the season, and all of a sudden we're into a World Cup year. So, there's not a lot we can do to salvage the season. There's not a lot we can do to make this a fantastic year. I think it'll always go down as a year of building, and you don't always want to talk about a year of building, but it has been a year where it's very obviously that the World Cup is the main focus, and some people disagree with it. But I think it's a case of you don't want to be a side that's always in transition. You don't want to be a side that's always looking at. We're always building for the World Cup. We don't really care what's going on. But at the same time, I can tell you right now, you go and win the World Cup next year, you can't argue the caliber of this Boks side, because they would have won 2 World Cups and a British and Irish Lions series. You could sit there saying, oh, well, they had a bad 2022. Who's going to care? No one's going to care. That's the reality. We could have lost every single game this year. If we win the World Cup next year, nobody cares. And whilst we might say, oh, no, we do care, we don't really. If we win the World Cup, nobody will care what happened this year, and that's just a fact. So you can understand from that perspective why the Springbok coaches and the Springbok management, Springbok setup is so adamant that the World Cup is our big one. That's what we're aiming for. That's what we're worried about. But we don't like to lose games. It's not great losing games. As much as people sitting there saying the world rankings mean nothing. They do, whilst they don't always sort of show who is the best team in the world, it's one of those things. If you are the number 1 ranked side in the world, you're the number 1 ranked side in the world. Who wouldn't want to be the number 1 ranked side in the world? Whether you believe it's the best way of representing it, then that's a whole different thing. So, but at the end of the day, if the Boks said we were the number 1 ranked side in the world right now and we won the Rugby Championship, all the pressure would be off, because you'd be sitting there saying, well, we've lost a couple of games, but we're the number 1 side in the world. We're the current world champions. We beat the British and Irish Lions. Life is good, but it's not the case. So, and again, that then could have questions. Well, we're not that. We're no longer the number 1 side in the world. In fact, we could be dropping down to like 5th, for example, if things really go badly. But what are we gaining? And, for example, have we built depth this year? Well, I think we have. I think we have. Curtly Orange has been a revelation. He will go to the World Cup. That's now, as long as he's fit, that's now a guarantee rather than a, maybe. Where, if you look at Ulrich Lowe and Evan Roos, for example, they're now implemented into the Boks system. Evan Roos will have minutes this weekend and could very well start against England. We've brought in, I think Oxen Chair is now fitted in very nicely and looking very comfortable at this level. Damien Willemse at 10 has been it's hard to say whether it's been a success or not, but he's gotten minutes at 10, and I think that's the main thing. We've brought in Jaden Hendrickson, for example. So there has been a little bit of development, maybe not as much as we'd like, and we'll sort of see tonight and on Saturday, where the rest of the potential development can be. But there definitely has been some sort of aspects that we've answered. Now there are obviously a lot of question marks. For example, everybody's worrying about the Springbok more. Everybody's going, this was the dominant force. This was one of our biggest weapons, and now it doesn't work. What do we do? And we did see a much better Moore last week. We scored the try off the back of it. And I think that was a bit of a positive. I think our scrums are still pretty good. I don't think they're phenomenal, but I think they're pretty good. And everybody obviously sort of questioning. And I think it's to be honest, I think it's pretty lazy analysis, I found, when people sit there saying we play the same. Because if you go back and look at every single game, there's definitely been different games where we've played different sort of tactics and stuff like that. It's very lazy to just say all the Boks do is box kick and give the possession away, because at the same time you'll sit there saying how cool is Caden Moody? You guys got to try and debut, which came from a box kick. Last week we saw ball in hand, for example. We didn't see us return kicks. So yes, there have been games which have been a bit of a slugfest where we very much have utilized a big kicking game, but most teams do. France is the number 2, side in the world. They kick the most in the world. So I do think it's also lazy to sit there and say that our first performance against Wales is exactly the same tactics we played against France last week. It wasn't. It just wasn't. You know, so you look, for example, where did Ireland score the tries against the Boks? You know, France, for example, scoring a more try against the Boks, which has always been considered boring rugby. New Zealand, for example, when they pumped Wales, and they did pump Wales, if you actually go look statistically, they never used their wings. They never went wide. They kept it within the forwards. They kept it within like the middle sort of section of the field. They didn't score tries out wide. They weren't, you know, using these really big, you know, expansive backline moves running in and the wings running in the corner. You know, Caleb Clark didn't score a try. Was it Sevu Reece who was on the other wing? I think it was. He didn't score a try, for example. You know, I actually don't know if any backline player scored a try in that New Zealand versus Wales game. So yeah, you know, it's yes, and I'm not saying that we can't improve. There's definitely room for improvement in the side, but for me, it's lazy to just say, oh well, we haven't progressed and there's been no change from the start of the first game to the end of the game, because it definitely has been. You know, I think one thing which for me, you know, everybody hops on about attack, and I understand why, because everybody wants to watch champagne rugby, don't we? We all want to watch cool trials. We all want to watch, you know, slick passing, innovation, all that kind of thing. But what I will say is that our defense right now is looking far more like the World Cup than it was earlier this year. Our defense has definitely taken big steps in the last couple of months, and that's a very good spot to be in, because we won that World Cup in 2019 on the back of a defense that wouldn't sit down, and it was a wall, and that defense was really a massive part of our success. So there's no doubt that the defense has, for example, improved. So now it's adding that sort of the final piece of the panel of the puzzle, which is, you know, a nice attack. But even that, you know, international rugby is not necessarily about, you know, these very intricate offloads and stuff like that. For example, Ireland are getting quite a nice balance. You know, they do have a very nice, strong offload game within their forwards and stuff like that. And as a result, it makes for very nice rugby. But I think that Ireland are a side that can be beaten, and we almost did beat them, and they have been beaten this year. And they're number one on the side, and they deserve it. But I don't, you know, it's not a perfect game plan. It's a game plan that can go wrong. We've seen New Zealand, who are we're very unsure what their game plan is. You know, some days they do. You should go back to sort of the usual New Zealand skill sets, but also I think they have orientated to a far more tactical game with a tick-tack kicking game, for example. You know, France, everybody sits there saying, "Oh, France is so like, you know, France and the France of old has always been so sort of fluid and very innovative and stuff like that." France at the moment have a slug of a pack. They've just got this massive, dominant physical pack, which they then use in the backup. And yes, you know, there are some very nice backline players. Antoine Dupont creates a lot of special stuff during your games. But let's not take away from the fact that France, for the first time in a long time, have got a pack that can match almost any single pack in the world. And that's what they've used really as their weapon. You know, Cyril Bay and Julien Marchand, for example, they've been two of their most important players throughout the entire year. Paul Willemse, for example, has come into his own. Now, Paul Willemse, 10 years ago, probably wouldn't have played for France because he's in the wrong mold. He was, you know, too big, too slow, too, you know, immobile. But now, you know, that big, brute, punishing type player fits the France mold. And so it's interesting to see how certain teams have had to adapt, and where that adaptation has been to become very good sides, like the France pack, you know. So yes, there is still a very nice brand of rugby that they play, and they do look at the offloads, and they've got very exciting backline players. And, you know, Gregory Aldred, for example, is a very nice ball carrier. But let's not take away from the fact that they've got an enormous pack, and they'll dominate you up front. You know, earning the right to then go wide and stuff. So yeah, look, some of the comments stuff like that. Vic saying that SA needs to win by 20 tonight. Talking about if Bristol are a strong team, they're a very good club. They're having a poor season. I think they're actually sitting second last next to Newcastle Falcons. It doesn't help that obviously there are two teams that aren't currently in the Premiership. So they're sitting in 10th with 13 points. They've won just the 2 games this year, but yeah. So but historically and in the past have been quite a good side. There's some good players in there tonight. You know, Callum Sheedy, for example, is a very nice player. Who's starting at 10 tonight. Very keen to see how he goes. But some of the other comments saying, Alpha Lincoln saying it's good we're trying to pack up in the second row and centre combination. TM Vandenberg says, in terms of World Cup prep, I feel we're in a better spot in 22 than we were in 2018. Year fine margin seeking answers. Interesting point. As Vic says, if we win the World Cup, all will be forgiven, and will be. Would you rather take Ulrich or Roos to the World Cup? It depends, doesn't it? You know, Evan Roos probably the more exciting player if he's starting, but Ulrich Lowe is a better squad player because he covers more positions, which is why I think he's had an easier way into the box setup. So if Evan Lewis is going to start, if they're both starting, I think Evan Lewis is probably, it could be your ace in the hole. If you can get him right, you've got something very special. But if you're taking him as a squad player and somebody adds squad depth, Ulrich Lowe just ticks so many more boxes. You can play across that back row. Very hard grafter. Brings a lot more to a squad from a utility point of view than Evan Lewis does. Not Everyday Culture says our lineouts were really poor last game. I thought our mauls and scrums were solid. Jan says we must continue playing with ball in hand the way we played against France. Hazard saying, going to be interesting to see Sasha play tonight. He hasn't been tested properly at all. Started only 2 URC games. This is also the first time he's ever started at this level at 10. He's never played a senior game of rugby at 10. Fun fact. So whilst he played there for the under-20s, it's still age group rugby. So it will be a very big test of Sasha Ngomazulu tonight, Feinberg and Ngomazulu. I'm very keen to see how he goes, because he's obviously a prodigious talent. Everybody talks about the fact he has to go to the World Cup. I wouldn't take him to the World Cup. He won't even be a Springbok by the time we get to next year, unless he suddenly plays next week. But why would he play next week? I don't see him playing next week. So yeah, so it's a big game for him tonight, and we will see what he can do at fly half, and hopefully he'll have a really good game, and it'll be like cool. But then he needs to go back to the Stormers. He needs to find his game, and I think he very himself understands that. I think the problem is, I think he's getting hyped by so many people. He's very happy to do the hard yards. When we spoke to him at the URC launch, he's very cognizant of the fact that young players have been pushed up early and the injury issue, that he needs to progress at the right rate, and he wants to learn. He's saying that, for example, people were still talking about the fact he's after Monie Leibach's 10 jersey. He was like, well, he'd actually love to play with Monie Leibach. He'd love to play with Damian Willemse. Whether that means that he's at 10 and Willemse at 12, Monie Leibach at 15, or he's at 10, or Leibach's at 10, he's at 12, Willemse at 15, or let's say whatever. So he's a player, and he's a young man, and that's why I think he will be successful. He's willing to wait and willing to develop, and understands that he's got to add to his game, and that he's not just going to walk into the international setup and dominate. So he's very much understands that, which is a good place to be in as a youngster. But Connor saying, Bowls a different style of rugby. Critical saying, I think we would have beaten Ireland and France if we had a good kicker. Majority of our points come from penalties in the right areas. The starting 3 points we were exceeding well. I don't think you can use that excuse for France, because we were flawless with the team. We didn't miss a single one. Then Box will win by an improving. Italy will be fight Box by 12. Let's say we were 6 out of 6 for the French game. So I don't think it's that fair to say we would have won if he had a good kicker, and they weren't easy ones. I mean, Faf de Klerk slotted one from the touch line. Ches and Colby slotted one from about 45 meters out on the left hand side. None of them were really straight in front. So it was a very good goal kicking performance from the Box in that French game. The Irish game, we make kicks, we win the game. It's that simple. We missed far too many easy opportunities, and that happens. And it was interesting, because obviously then we had a whole week of, well, there's no recognized goal kicker. We have to have a recognized goal kicker. What are you guys doing? Where's the recognized goal kicker? And all of a sudden, Faf de Klerk nails 2 really difficult kicks. Ches and Colby nails 2 difficult kicks, and Dan Willemse steps up and says, I can also do this, and nails a 45-yard. It was pretty much in front. It wasn't particularly difficult, but it wasn't a gimme, and he still had to do it, and he did do it. So yeah, I think maybe that's also been a bit of a positive, the fact that we maybe actually do have other goal kickers, that Ches and Colby and Faf de Klerk can do a job. The problem is, for example, that they won't go back to their clubs and kick their clubs. Maybe Faf will kick in Japan, and that'll help him, for example, because you want people who are practicing in the pressure, and it's very easy to slot kicks in the training ground. On the field during high pressure moments, it's a completely different ball game, and there's only one way you can replicate that, and that's by doing it in games. So that's the biggest problem, is that those people just generally don't and won't kick for their various sizes and stuff like that. So it's difficult to get that sort of exposure. Berger says we are in a strong position, didn't get the results we wanted, but we are operating about 78% of what we're capable of, and almost beat number 1 and 2 in the world when we Kako hit the fan. Nicholas saying, does Sasha starting tonight and Hurs's performance probably mean the Bok coaching have resigned to not taking Hurs to the World Cup? Earlier this year, I think he was second choice. I think Hurson his World Cup chances has taken a knock. I don't think he played particularly well last week, for example. So I do think that he is now a bit further than he was away from that Bok squad. I wouldn't say he's out of the plans completely, but I think the big thing for him is he needs to go back to the Bulls, he needs to play, and he needs to find form, and he needs to really show that he can still do it. Because he's coming back from a long-term injury, he has taken a while to get going, which is normal, But we can't really wait on him, can we? We can't wait on him to then just be good enough. We've got to be able to rely on him. And at the moment, Johan Goosen shouldn't be starting in the World Cup final, for example. He's just not playing the rugby at the moment because he hasn't played the rugby from a games time point of view, which is fine, as I said. But they wanted him to be an option, and he hasn't been able to play enough rugby this season even to make him that option that they wanted to have. My cousin's saying some tasty matchups tonight. Looking forward to the scrums. Max Lahee versus Mkunu. One to look out for. One to see how SA centre pairing gets some front foot ball this week. Yeah, 100%. Max saying if we didn't have the performance versus Ireland, we would have been worse off against France. Vic says with Liebach kicking the way he is, it'll be hard to put Goosen above him unless Goosen gets better. Yeah, but also, we also want to see some game time for Mike Liebach. I'm hoping we will see about 20 minutes from him this weekend. And then maybe another 20 minutes for him next week. And all of a sudden he can leave with 3 caps under his belt, a bit of Springbok time. Not phenomenal minutes, but I don't think he was ever going to get a lot of minutes. But he will be a Springbok cap player. He will be an option. And if he comes well and he's okay in those couple of minutes, then you sit there going, cool, well, let's look to try and give him a bit more time. Maybe in that incoming series next year, we give him a start and he can become an option for the World Cup. That is a genuine option, which is what we want to see. But yeah, we know he hasn't played that much this November series, and I don't think he ever was. I think people were dreamy if you thought that he was going to start from the get-go. Damian Williams was always going to be the preferred fly half for the season for this end of year tour, and they wanted to give him minutes there, and they have given him minutes there. So Mamoni Lebo will get his opportunity. Everybody will get the opportunity. Everybody was complaining about Evan Roos, for example. He will get his opportunity. Jasper Wiese doesn't play the next weekend, for example. So then are you going to be putting Kwagga Smith at 8, or are you going to be putting Evan Roos at 8? We wait and see. If Evan Roos comes off the bench this weekend, puts in a really big shift, then I don't see why you don't play Evan Roos at 8 next week against England. Which test matches don't get much bigger than that. Playing in Twickenham, against in front of 80,000 people against the side that you beat to win the World Cup. So yeah, players will get their opportunities, but you also can't just everybody slammed the stream of management when we did change it up and we gave Evan Roos a start against Wales and all this, completely different look side. And everybody was like, no, well, this is not how you grow depth. You've got to introduce them, etc., etc. Well, now they are doing that, and people then say nobody should be starting. So, I do feel that a lot of it is a catch-22 where there is no winner really, because some people are insisting that Roos has to start, other people are saying he has to be introduced into the setup. And what is the correct way to do it? There is no necessarily correct way. Some players are different. Some players really enjoy, some players benefit from being introduced slowly and getting used to it. Some players are dropped into the deep end and they just fly. Curtly Aronson, Kane Moody, for example. These are players who are dropped into the deep end and did very well. Kane Moody, for example, though, had a fantastic first game and I'd say a pretty average second game. And I wouldn't say he played badly, but there are things that you have to work out at international level, and it takes time to do that. Don Smith said, have we had good forwards performances? Proudfoot left after the World Cup. Yeah, well, we did dominate. We did beat the British Irish Lions. And I would say that the forwards did stand up then. So, yeah, we have, I think. And I thought last week we really had a very good dominant performance from a forwards perspective. Nicholas said, we'd love to see Johan Kobelog getting game time next year before the World Cup. Would have him as third choice hooker, but I think they'll take Dion. Yeah, I think they'll take Dion as well, because then they can take somebody else. Because if you take Dion as your third choice hooker / flank, first of all, he does cover those two positions. So if there is an injury to Bongi Manambi or Malcolm Marx, he can slot in there during the World Cup. But the more important thing is it means that they can look and bring in somebody else, another loose forward or another backline player, for example. So I think that Dion Fourie makes it so much easier to bring a much broader, more diverse squad than just taking a third hooker. Katena says Hendricks should shift onto the wing second half when Goosen comes on. Hendricks should, when Goosen comes on. Herschel Yankees is pretty much no longer has a place for the World Cup squad with 3 scrummers ahead of him, 100%. Vic says Grant Williams can be challenging the Kubus Renach role in the main team. They play the same way. Grant Williams is just the younger version that's on form. Yeah, I'm very keen to see how he goes from the get-go this evening. I'm very much looking out for Williams, Lombard, Famu Ngomzulu, Henk van Wyk, those sort of youngsters who I think those are players who could be putting themselves on the World Cup radar. Probably not so much Famu Ngomzulu, but I do think Henk van Wyk could have found himself on the radar if there are injuries to a Jesse Kriel or a Lekanya. Obviously, we're also looking at Damien Delaney there this weekend, see if he could do a job. So, for example, you have Henk van Wyk putting in a worldly performance tonight. You then have Damien Delaney struggle at 13 on Saturday. You get an injury to Lekanya or Jesse Kriel, you're probably sitting there going, right, we need another outside centre. I think Johnny Lombard's a very interesting prospect. We're talking about Johan Khosa coming into the squad, but he's somebody that offers you a lot of versatility, 10, 15, probably at 12 as well. Grant Williams, I think, is very much pushing, for that spot, for that extra spot. I think he'll be very unlucky because I think it's probably between him and Kobus Reinhardt for who will go to the World Cup, and probably both quite deserving, for example. Hal says, why do you think Gonzalo got fast-tracked? He hasn't shown himself at all in the top tier rugby. Maybe it was that performance against Zebra. I put out a thing to say that I think that, the whole thing of him being on the England radar did play a role, and I got absolutely taken apart. I was told that he's generational. I need to watch him play. He's the next Dan Carter. But as you say, if we're being brutally honest, whilst he's looked very comfortable at the level, he hasn't exactly, slammed the doors down at URC level. He's only played like 3 or 4 matches. He's only started twice. And for example, that match against the Lions, he had a really poor first half and then a good second half. So he has been fast-tracked. Under S20, he was brilliant. And I think we all know that he's a very good talent. But I think, just tying him down for the future is part of it. And everybody says, no, completely disagree, whatever it is. I think you're ignorant if you don't think it is part of it. Because Jordan Hendricks, for example, if you're looking at a 10, Jordan Hendricks is more deserving on form, even though he hasn't started the season phenomenally. In the last 12 months, Jordan Hendricks is more deserving of a spot in the Springbok side than Sasha Fabian Ngomazulu is. Buddha Chamberlain is more deserving of a spot in the Springbok side. Chris Smith is definitely more deserving, from a form perspective. But he's young and he's been fast-tracked in the system. And I do think a lot of it's to say, well, listen, you will be a Springbok. You're going to be a good Springbok. So, we do believe in you. Don't even think about going to an England, for example. This is where you guys belong and we want to get you involved. And that's not a bad thing. Sitting there saying that it's playing a role isn't a bad thing. I think the Boks would be stupid if there was a small chance that he might go and play for England, and they don't sit there saying, well, then we need to keep him here. Why wouldn't you do that? It should be dumb if you didn't. We see nations all the time capping players because World Rugby laws have changed. That you can play for other nations and stuff like that. So why not? Why not go and say, listen, we do back you in the future, so get involved now, but you're probably not going to go to the World Cup. I think that's fair. I don't think there's much issue with it. I don't know why we have to get so episodic about the entire thing. Matthew says, might just be to secure service for SEA 100%. Hope to see Dion Fourie next week. I felt this week was a good opportunity to give Dion Fourie a genuine chance to buck jersey at hooker. Be a bit hard on him, but I'm to push back to 2 jersey. I don't think we'll see Dion Fourie starting at hooker, for example. Maybe covering it, but I don't think we'll see him start. Nicholas saying, surely that last back spot for the World Cup is between Corsi and Moody. Corsi would have played for 2 years and Moody's still young. Yeah, I think Stu and Corsi is now in a bit of a race against time because I think he would have played a lot. I think he would have played ahead of probably even potentially ahead of Kirtley at 11 this end of year series. Yeah, not to be. So all of a sudden he's now somebody who hasn't played a lot of international rugby in the last few years, and what do you do with him? But that says if a player plays for SAA, technically they can't play for another nation. Don't know if that has changed. I think you still can. I don't know if it is sort of capped. Let's actually find out. That's exactly my point. Buddha Jordan Smith proving at highest level. Surely that's a kick in the other 10's face. Burgess says we missed an opportunity to bring in Jordan Henderson this year. Could have been a lot further down the road with him as potential fly option. Could have been another Aronson Moody. Albert Lincoln says Rassie interview. He was asked why Sasha was fast trained. Rassie said it's his defense. Yeah, I mean I get that, but Jordan Hendrickson has got the defense. Jordan Hendrickson is probably one of the best defenders at Lions. That guy for Flower, he makes 6, 7, 8 tackles every week. Defensively, he's as good, if not better, than Ngomazulu, and more, tested at this level. So, yeah. So Carlos says, how many Islanders were in that French team? No idea. To be fair, a lot of them. I mean, you know how often people who you assume aren't French are actually born in France, and then you'll see some guy, you'll assume that he is French, and turns out he actually wasn't born in France. He just moved there, for example. So not quite as simple as all of that. Genesis, could we see Thomas the Tank next week on the bench? I feel there could be some competition between him and Cher for the swing prop role for Rugby World Cup. Yeah, I don't think we'll see Thomas tour next weekend. I think we'll see the same 6 props that we've been seeing the entire year, really. Not Jay Carlos says the box waits to transform. He is not a wing, only got 1 chance 50 and didn't even play bad. The biggest problem with Warren Calant is that he didn't make himself available for this interview tour, where he could have really put his hand up, but made himself unavailable to really settle into France, which is a nice thing for him. I suppose you can understand it from a certain degree, but I do think that he has compromised his Rugby World Cup chances. We're going to wrap up there, people. Thank you very much for jumping on. We will be live tonight I'll be live at about 9 o'clock, or just before 9, as we start bringing you the build-up. Kickoff is at 9:30 for SAA versus Bristol. We will obviously be live for it, so I'll see you guys all later on the watch-along. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well on the way out, and I'll see you guys all very soon.
Thank you, Zina. Good day. I've just got one question in English and one in Xhosa later if there's time. Skip, probably not the same without the coach stick next to you, eh?
Yeah, it's a little bit different.
So yeah, I'll get straight to my question. So yeah, the whole social media around Russia and World Rugby. What are your thoughts on the ban? Do you guys support Russia and his decisions, or let me say his tweets on social media? And how do you guys block out the outside noise if it affects the refs as well, which in turn could potentially influence the outcome of the matches?
To be honest, like we've had two tough games. We lost. For us as a team, all our focus is playing Italy. It's a big game for us. We don't want to go three games without a win, and we've given Italy the respect that they deserve. All it's been about us as a team is focusing on beating Italy, because it's been hard to do. As you see, the past two games they've played at home, they've showed what they can do. So that's all but what we focused on as a team.
You can somehow answer that. Is it closer than
No, maybe it's a different question. Is it closer? I'm not sure.
Nathan, you ask your is it closer question, and then we can go to the other guys.
Okay, Zina. Clear and ndiyathemba ama-Itali aniphethe kakuhle kulo cala. Skip ngomgqibelo nizopha ithuba kwabadlali bafana noMarvin o-Evan emaplangeni. Kule veki bithini umyalezo kubo ukhe bazibonakalise?
No, sonke sifumana amathuba nebhuti, and ixesha lisondele kakhulu kwindebe yehlabathi. So umuntu ofumana ithuba ngoku unyanzeleka asebenzise alithathe ngezandla zombini, because awazofumaneka la mathuba maninzi, and it's not that lithuba bayalideserva elithuba. La majita ajima kakhulu, amamanintsi wabo oko betrena netim bebamba izibhacks, but bayafuna senza sonke into efanayo. So ba-prepared as la madoda asebhentshini abafana no-Eben. So kuzonyanzeleka ukuthi sithembe kubo, and siyayazi bazodlala kakuhle kule weekend, and kuzonyanzeleka thina amadoda akudala adlala betimini sizimisele kuze la madoda azokwazi udlala ngendlela abafuna udlala ngayo.
Ashfaq?
Hi, Sia. Much like last week, where you guys seem to play for Pieter-Steph du Toit following his red card, will you guys be playing for Rassie after his ban? And what do you think you need to improve from last week's game to beat Italy?
We'll be playing for the Springboks. We'll be playing for South Africa, for people back at home. We'll be playing to win the game. That's all that's in our minds right now. And that's all that's been the message this whole week. This game came before everything. It was always going to happen. And that's the most important thing. Like I said earlier, we've lost two games. We can't take focus away from that. The most important thing is making sure that we stand up tomorrow, because Italy is a very good team. They've shown in the past two games that they've played. So we're not going to let anything take us away from that. And I think, it's frustrating for us as a team. We play so well, and we lose by such close margins. And I thought last week, that we headed the right direction, but the game that we're in and the sport that we're in is all about results, and the results don't show that. But we know internally as a group that what we want to do and the stuff that we're working on is improving a lot, and that's what we wanted to make sure that we do improve. But most importantly, we really want to win this weekend.
Jan?
Thank you, Zina. Sia, thank you very much for chatting to us. I think it's just a follow-up on what you just answered. I think perhaps without giving any state secrets or plans away, but what aspects of the game have you focused on that you've, as a team, feel needs to improve to get that result which you so desire?
We've tried a couple of different things. I mean, I'm sure you would have seen in the game that we played last week, we ran a whole lot more with the ball. We had a specific plan. And like the coaches just want us to go back to what we enjoy. We want us to be excited to play. Not that we weren't excited the way we've been playing before. But you know, you look at the guys in our team, what they're good at, that's what we want to go to. You know, we love defending as a group, and I think we defend well as a group. But we've got guys like Cheslin, guys like Kirkley at the back, and really who creates opportunities for players, and guys who's in fly half that plays on instinct, you know, and that's what the coaches are encouraging for us to do. And we want to try and play as many ways as we can as a group to see what is the best way. And for us as a team, we change our game plan simply in 1 week. I don't think a lot of teams can do that around the world, and we're doing it against world number 1 and world number 2, and that's something that we obviously want to build on as a group. We still got our strong kicking game that we know we can do very well, but also our attacking is also improving.
Guys, any other questions before we take those two from Liam for reserved for Sunday papers? Ashfaq?
Sia, just in terms of the breakdowns, particularly, we saw some decisions go for you and some against you guys last week. The referee this week, I think it's called Dixon from England. Have you had any experience of him before? And is there anything that you guys needed to change to ensure you're on the right side of the decision?
No, we've played with him. I mean, those things happen. Those things happen. Sometimes decisions go for you, sometimes they go against you. But we've worked on our breakdown. Nothing has changed. We know what we have to do as a team in for securing our own ball. And we know the Italians are very good at the breakdown. The captain especially, I mean, he said that he wants to become a player like Richie McCaw. And it's not just him, the hooker is also very good, and the 8th man is also good on the ground. And yeah, we've also got guys that are good on the ground too. So it's all about we want to be as ruthless as we can be in the breakdown, obviously within the laws. So that's the most important thing.
Liam, let's take your two questions. Guys, please note these. I'll take another, just one more question from online if there is one, and then we'll switch over to the questions here in Italy. Dylan?
Thanks, Zina. Hi, Sia. I hope you're well. The last time you played Italy, I think, was at the 2019 World Cup, and obviously that went well in the Springboks' favour. I think the scrum was a very big, important weapon for you guys. Where do you think Italy have improved since then, and what are you expecting in terms of their threat that they're going to pose on Saturday?
No, they've shown that they can play against any team at any time, and I think they set piece is strong, and their breakdown work is very good, and their forwards, you know, their forwards can play, and they can maul. I mean, they can do plays off a maul. They can scrum very well too, and their backs have just shown. I mean, I was watching last week some of the things that they were doing. You know, they can attack from any place of the field. They've grown as a team, and I think, I don't know, I think teams just need to show them a whole lot more respect than they probably did in the past, and that's what we've done on the team. When we did a lot of research, then we watched that. I mean, I watched the game last week and looking at the players individually as well to see what they're good at, and I think a lot of teams don't do that, and that's what we've done as a team. We don't want to make that mistake because we know what they can do, and we've seen. And if we don't learn from other teams' mistakes, then that means we're not improving or getting better.
Cool, thank you, guys. Guys, any questions over here? Hendrik?
Sia, after what happened off the field, would you say it's your team's biggest character test since the 2019 World Cup?
Wait, what you mean off the field?
No, Rassie, with the things that happened with Rassie.
Like I said, like that, things happen. You know, things happen. We as a team have to keep on doing what we like. Our focus has always been the game, and that's it. Nothing has changed for us as a group. That's what we're gonna focus on Saturday. It's a big game for so many reasons, you know, because for us as a group, like I said earlier, we've gone to two losses in a row, and we want to change that, and we want to play for each other. I know some guys are playing their last games, they're gonna be going back to the unions, and some guys, maybe this is the only opportunity they'll get before, you know, the World Cup team is chosen. So there's enough things in the team that are already like not pressure, like moments that like for players, like we want to prove ourselves this game. So anything can happen now. our focus was still on the game. A player can go down, somebody else is ready to take the opportunity. So that's what we see this week and especially for a lot of us, maybe we don't play next week, and you don't get another opportunity. So this is a big weekend for us. Nothing can get between us as a group.
Not talking too much about the game on Saturday, since we have talked at 20 minutes. The fact that you have come to the URC, maybe it's a question that has already been posed. URC and European Cups, it's the beginning of a new path. But in comparison with your experience in the Super Rugby, is this the right direction, in your opinion, for the Springboks in the future?
Yeah, it's two different competition. You can't compare the two. It's completely different style of plays. But we as a team, we as a country have adapted. It took us a couple of games to adjust, and adapt to the way that the URC is going. And I mean, we can't complain. We had a South African team win the competition in the first try. So we do enjoy it, and it's good for people at home. I mean, talking about the time difference, they can watch the games in time. The traveling is also a little bit easier. So in that regard, it's really worked well for us.
It's something that is giving you something more. We're considering that rugby is changing and now is heading probably to the Northern Hemisphere from the economic point of view, but also from the game perspective. This fact is helping as a team, the Springboks, in order to stay on top. For example, we can see Australia and New Zealand are struggling a little bit.
You can't say that. New Zealand have just won 6 games in a row. They've won the rugby championship. They can't be struggling that much. And we've just lost 2 games. So I think it's working for us as players. We do enjoy it, but I'm not gonna say it's better to play in the north than playing in the south, because we're from the south, and I really believe the team in the south are really good, and they've shown the past the past couple of years.
Aku ngalaman ihlukana waktu kulo pheleyo wabethwa phansi waphinda nakukhulame kwanayo nje sokuqhuba ngokuphela kuba wayengekho kulo nyaka phele saqhuba ngohlobo kulo nyaka kube okwalo mzuzu.
No, like isinto esicingileyo, isinto esithethe ngayo si-group into ebalulekileyo igame. That's all. UNgolwesihlanu namhlanje siyadlala ngomso. If sothetha ngezinye izinto izasikhupha egamini loo nto leyo. So thina sawuqhubekeka siyi-team, and ezutshilo mhlawumbe ezinye izinto seseke zazenzeka before kusanyanzekile siqine siconcentrate kule game esidlalile.
Umkhokheli ugcina kanjani ingqondo yakho kulo mbade? Yavakala ukuthi ngithetha kuba ngelomba olomdlalo ukonto sibabhacala, kodwa bekulula kanti kunzima kanjani ukuzigcina kule nto entrena kuyo?
Yeah, ngabantu and enabo ecam kwami aba-outside i-rugby environment, amanye amadoda endithetha nawo, unzima lo msebenzi, andifuna ukuxoxela. Unzima nakhona amaxesha ndimva ingathi lo msebenzi mkhulu naphezu nam, but ndiyathandaza nguThixo ondiphele italente, nguThixo ondinika amandla for mna, and akhona amadoda endithetha nawo nalapha etimini. If kunzima kakhulu ndicela amanye amadoda andincede.
Xa ndijonga ke lo mdlalo ke wangomso ke ubone ntoni kulaa mdlalo we-Italy kule veki pheleyo endenza uba ndiqome khe ndikhupha amehlo ndithi heyi bazabanye.
I think ehlobo i-set piece zabo zihamba ngalo bakhulu kakhulu kuzo, bayakwazi uskrama and bayakwazi uwisa ii-malls and bayakwazi nodefenda, and banamadoda amaninzi ababa ibhola phaa kubo, and amadoda adlala i-backline ayakwazi ahlasela kakhulu, and siwabonile last week into abazenzileyo, and kunyanzelekile thina siyi-team sibathathe as i-team enkulu, asikwazi ubajongela phantsi. And I think iitim ezininzi aziboni uba ayisila Italy yakudala le, yenye itim le, and le team funa usibonakalisa.
Cool, thank you guys. We will be sending out the
Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sport. For today's preview, as Italy have named their side to take on the Springboks, and a very interesting side, looking to counter the bomb squad seems to be the big takeaway, as a couple of changes for Italy, but very much sticking with pretty much the entire 23. Only one new player into the 23, but a bit of a rejig, especially with the front rows. And I think a lot of that comes down to try and countering the pretty epic bench that the Springboks have named. Before we look at the two teams, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. It's a very important game for South Africa. And on my live stream for the during the week, I said it's not enough for South Africa just to beat Italy, and that's not a disrespectful thing to Italy. And I think that it's actually going to be very difficult to do more than just beat Italy. But given the fact that the Springboks are on the back of 2 consecutive defeats, and given the fact that there is all this sort of Rassie Erasmus drama there, the fact South African fans are being pulled through the mud a little bit at the moment, there's a lot of tension surrounding the Springboks. The best thing the boss can go and do is silence any sort of critics or any sort of noise with a proper on-field performance. So, as always, the Springbok side tends to do a lot of us talking when the chips are down on the field. And I wouldn't say the chips are down from a crisis point of view, but there's still just a lot of controversy around them. And I think a big performance here against Italy, will just go a long way towards just sort of quietening that down and being a little bit more comfortable within the space at the moment. But it's not going to be an easy job because it's a very good Italian side. So let's start with the Italian side, shall we? And I'll explain to you why I think a lot of it's done to try and counter the bomber squad. So the only 2 changes in the starting lineup is Giacomo Nicotera and Pietri Ceccarelli. And why, as I said, I think those are 2 big changes because they've dropped Gianmarco Lucchesi, who was the man of the match last week, as well as Simone Ferrari, who scrummed very well. And I think that's been done given the fact that the Springboks are looking to unload in the second half, and they want to bring on 2 of their better players. Lucchesi was just absolutely phenomenal. He was superb last week. And I think, much like the Springboks are looking to bring on Malcolm Mark for that impact, they're going to try and do the same thing and try and nullify that impact a little bit. So Daniele Fascetti keeps it aside, but as I said, Nicotera and Ceccarelli into that front row, Nicola Canone and Federico Razza in the second row, and both very good players. Federico Razza gets to do a lot of hard work, but also got a bit of flair to him. Very underrated, I think. And then it's a very impressive loose trio. Sebastian Negri, Michel Lamara, who is that very inspirational sort of captaincy figure, lead by example, will go into do the hard yards, and a young captain as well. And then Lorenzo Canone, who I think is one of the most exciting young players in Europe. I think that he is proper good, incredibly young. He's 21 years old, playing really good rugby as well at club level, and I think that he's going to be an international superstar. Stephen Varney, the Gloucester scrum half, starts next to Marcel Allen. No, Paulo got busy this weekend, which is a bit sad because I quite enjoy watching him play. But lots of danger in the likes of Monty Ioane, Joan Naisha Briggs, very good players. Luca Maresi, inside centre, Pierre Bruno, and then World Breakthrough Player nominee of the year, Andrew Capuzzo in that 15. You've got something that the Springboks going to have to watch very carefully. Then off the bench for the Italians, Gianmarco Lucchesi, Ivan Nima, Simone Ferrari. It's a very good front row to be able to bring on. David Ceci, then Manuel Zuliani comes into the side, the only new face in the 23. Alessandro Garbisi, Eduardo Padovani, and Tommaso Menoncello is the rest of the bench. In terms of South Africans, a couple of changes once again. No changes in the front row. Oxenchair, Bongi, Nambi, and Francois Herber do still start. However, there's a change in the second row with Salman Murat and Marvin Uri getting their first opportunities of the Autumn Nation series. Franco Masters has switched to flank. Jasper Wiese has returned after his concussion protocol and starts at 8, and then Sia Khaleesi at 6. Faf de Klerk, partners Damien Willemse. So once again, the back three of Kirtley Arons, Chesney Colby, and Willie Leroux is unchanged. However, Damon Delendi has shifted to the 13 jersey, and Andre Esterhuizen comes in for his last opportunity to impress in a Bok jersey. He will not be available next week. And so we're going to answer 2 questions in the centres. First of all, is Andre Esterhuizen, can he bring his form from the Premiership into international rugby? And then we're going to find out if Damon Delendi can do a job at 13. Which I think from a depth perspective is quite an important answer. Off the bench, Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitsov, Vincent Koch, Evan Etzebeth, Kwagga Smith, Evan Roos. Evan Roos does make the 23, will be coming on, and it's a pretty incredible bench. Probably one of the strongest benches ever named by a Springbok coach. Then you've got Kobus Reinach and Mali Liebok. Mali Liebok retained, despite us going down to a 6-2 split. Kobus Reinach continued to be backed ahead of Jaden Hendricks, so he's dropped off the radar for now. To be able to bring on Etzebeth, Kwagga Smith, Evan Roos, in and amongst that incredible front row. Probably the strongest 6-2 split we've had since the World Cup. So a very exciting bench that'll definitely be able to sort of bring a big impact, even with Italy trying to sort of counteract. And we need to try and go out. We need to bully them up front, but we also got to start, really sort of turning the screws. When they're under pressure, keep going. Keep them under pressure. Take the points. Build scoreboard pressure. Hit them where it hurts. Defend well. and put in a sort of an overall, a really complete performance. Let me know what your score predictions are down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is time to win. I'm calling it now, people. It is time to win. Can't afford to be losing any matches against Italy now. It's time for the Boks to rock up. Do the business. Do the business, people. That is what's going to happen tonight. That's what needs to happen today. How are we? Hello and welcome to the show. Welcome to today's first watch along. There are one of many coming up today. So yeah, bringing you guys action the entire afternoon. Just rugby on rugby on rugby on rugby on rugby, which is gonna be very cool. So yeah, let's get going. Let's get the chat going. I see a couple people already in the chat. I want to see people voting. I see we've got 356 votes on the poll. Interesting to see that 15% of people are not back in the box to get the job done. So yeah, also interesting to see that the poll currently has 101%, which is weird. But yeah, keep voting, and we're gonna start this off by saying a big shout out to our partners, ExpressVPN and BetCoza. Now, people, BetCoza want to give you guys free bets. I mean, how nice is that? How lekker are these oaks? They just want to give you guys free money. But in order to be able to get those free bets, you've got to go and give me your predictions. I'm gonna put a link in the description. Well, the link's already in the description. I'm going to give you guys a link in the chat. And you guys are going to go and give me your predictions. We have got kickoff in 35 minutes. So plenty of time to get your predictions in. Go set up a BetCoza account. And we will give you guys free bets throughout the stream. The next thing everybody asks, how can I watch this game? Well, once again, a big shout out to ExpressVPN, who are powering the stream. And they are going to be making it easier than ever for you to watch the match. Check the description. It's got everything you need. But basically, you're going to download ExpressVPN, link in the description. You're going to connect to a UK server, and then you're going to go to Amazon Prime, link in the description, create a free account, free trial, 30-day free trial. Bob's your uncle. You get to watch rugby. It's that simple. It is that simple. So don't come here with us. How can I watch the match? It's all there. It's all there, people. It's easy to do as well. So yeah. That is it. But the big thing is, as I said, I want to try and get over 1,000 people voting on this poll. We do kick off in about half an hour time. Plenty of time for us to look at the two teams that have been announced. And very, very similar looking side for Italy. A couple of changes for the Boks. A couple of players or sort of fringe players getting opportunities, which is good to see, for example. And yeah, I think hopefully we really see these players take their chance, because this is the last chance for something like Andre Estes, for example. This is the last time he'll play this year for the Boks, because he has to return to his club on Monday. So he's got to take this opportunity he's getting today with both hands, and he's got 80 minutes to remind them why he's in the squad, and that he's worth investing, and that he should be on the plane to France next year. So there is a lot at stake. You know, for example, we've got Evan Ruiz coming off the bench. You know, some people have been obviously calling for him for quite a long time now, and yeah, he's coming on. So he'll be coming on the later stages of the game. Hopefully, when the game's sort of a bit more sort of open, he can really sort of find some space and find some opportunities to become the destructive ball carrier that we know and we see at URC level. Now we want to see it at international level. So there are quite a few opportunities. The new lock combination, Salman Murat, Marvin Ori, for example, they're going to get some time out today. But the question is, and we'll start with the Italian side, is who are we playing? And what sort of team can we expect? What can we expect from these Italians? Well, you can expect a lot of fire. You can expect a lot of pace in that backline. You can expect Angie Capuzzo to make some line breaks. So they will be very competitive. There's no doubt about that. And we will need to be good today. But we got to go out there. We got to make them we got to beat them quite soundly as well. You know, we can't afford not to. We've got to actually go out and make a bit of a statement. You know, on the back of 2 losses, so things are not going very well so far from a Springbok point of view. So yeah, in that sort of respect, we've really got to really sort of sort ourselves out. But it's the perfect sort of time to do it. And then in a week's time, we go to England, which will be a very, very big match. So yeah, but I think, as I said, you know, I think the big thing of it is this can't be a this can't be a banana peel. You know, we can't allow this this game to really get away with us, and we can't allow this game to, you know, to us to kind of be so focused on what's happening in a week's time against England, and then buckle today. You know, that can't happen. It can't happen. We've got to go out today. We've got to get this job done. We've got to beat Italy pretty soundly, to be honest. Yeah, also please make sure you keep subscribing to the channel. We are trying to hit 22,000 subscribers today. I reckon we can do it with your guys' help. So you guys need to go and subscribe to the channel if you are new. Plenty of new people, I am sure, jumping on the stream. We will be live for this game. We'll be live for Scotland versus Argentina. We'll be live for Ireland versus Australia. We'll be live for England versus New Zealand, which is going to be very fun. So it's going to be a big day of rugby, and hopefully you guys are all sort of settled in, locked in, and ready to chat rugger and to have a good time, because I think, you know, it's the last real big weekend of international rugby. Ireland's last game of the weekend of the year. It is Scotland's last game of the year. It's New Zealand's last game of the year. Who else's last game of the year? Well, it's Italy's last game of the year. France's last game of the year is tomorrow. So yeah, it's really your last opportunity to go and to watch all these teams before they pack up shop, really. And then obviously those European sides will be back in the new year with the Six Nations, which is going to be quite cool. I think it's going to be quite competitive. Very excited to see what happens there. Ireland versus France will go in as favourites. England obviously starting to come to their own as well, so that should be quite cool. But without any further ado, let's have a look at the Italian side that we will be taking on. They are led by Michel Amaro, very heroic type sort of figure for Italy. But this is what their 23 looks like today. Right, so that is the Italian side for today. Some very nice players. For example, Andrew Caputo has actually been nominated for Breakthrough Player of the Year by World Rugby. So yeah, it's a good Italian side, and we will have to be good. We will have to be good, but I think also we kind of need to bring back, and it's not an arrogance, it's confidence. We kind of need to bring back that sort of, we don't actually care. At the end of the day, we don't care if you are good. We're gonna beat you. That's kind of what we're here to do. We're here to beat you, and yeah, I think that's hopefully what we are. That's hopefully what we're going to try and do today, is go out and basically sort of say, we respect you, we understand that you're good, but we're going to beat you. And we're going to beat you soundly, and we're going to put you away, and we're going to move on. And we're not going to let this become a big deal. Far too many talk about, and I think that's what we're going to start. We need to start well, people. Got to start well. We can't have these sort of conversations about, but Italy could cause an upset. No. You go out there, you bang them up quickly, and you say, right, back in your place. You can beat Australia, we're a different prospect here. Go forth and beat Australia by all means. Good luck to you. Congratulations. We are not the same. We're going to put you away early. That's what has to happen today. And so it's very important that we start well. Other players to look out for. He's coming off the bench, but man of the match performance last year from Gianmarco Lucchesi, a really nice player. I really, really like him. Lorenzo Cannone is also becoming a bit of a cult follower of him. He's a proper talent. 21 years old, and you'll see today, very physical, very enthusiastic, sort of very good skill set. I think he'll be like a 100 test cap player for Italy if he can stay fit. He does look that good at the moment. Stephen Varney, obviously a very quality player, plays in the Premiership though as well. Jonanisha Brex, a nice experience outside centre. Monty Awani is very exciting. Federico Raza is also one to watch. A very nice player there. So there are some cool players for Italy to watch, and we've got to be as I said, respectful. And then we've got to go beat them. That's what needs to happen. So yeah, so let's give people the chat. Who's here, people? Let's start doing I want to start doing a clock in. We should actually stop doing these in the last year. I want to know where you guys are watching from. I want to tick off all the various continents. So please let me know in the comments right now, where are you guys watching from? What country? What continent? What? Where are you watching? You're watching in a. I mean, it'd be weird if you. I mean, hey, actually, I'd be quite cool to see if someone's watching from a pub, for example. I think most people are watching from home. Maybe you're at work. Let me know if you're not at home. Yeah, if you're not at home, where you're watching. Any cool places, for example. Yeah, but let's start checking in. Let's start finding out where are you guys watching from. Let's go see if the score is the score predictions are coming in. Give me something signed out. Something back in. Anyway, it's just signed out nonsense. Let's try and see what everybody's saying. I want to see if anybody's backing Italy, and I'm going to be very upset if I start seeing that. Where are we at? Africa versus Italy. Yeah, not enough people are putting their predictions in. Come, people. Betcoza wants to give you guys free bets. Therefore, you've got to go and give us your predictions so that you can get those free bets. Sue's Forbes is showing a bit of a compilation of Andre Esterhuizen from the Premiership, and yeah, as I said, he had a very good season for the Quins. In fact, many people reckon he could have well been the player of the season. So yeah, I think it's gonna be an interesting game for him, and he needs to have a big game, because if he can really put in a storming performance, then I think he books a spot to France next year, which is gonna be a big deal for him. So yeah, let's hope that he takes the opportunity, because I think when he's played for South Africa, he's had a couple of good games, but not quite. He just hasn't replicated the performances we've seen at Quins. We just haven't seen it at international level yet. So hopefully we will see it today, and a couple other players as well who are going to hopefully take their opportunities, which should be quite cool. But yeah, so I've seen somebody saying watching from New Zealand, so William's at home in New Zealand. So there we go. We're already in one, so we can tick off New Zealand, Australasia down there. Where else is everybody else watching? I want to know where you guys are watching it, and yeah, what are we thinking here? Score predictions. A couple of people are. Most people going for South Africa. The poll at the moment is sitting on 430 votes. Some people got to get that over 1,000 votes. I'm going to redrop the link for the prediction so you can go win some free bets. There we go. Predict and win, people. Go and give us your predictions, and we'll give you guys some free bets. Courtesy of Betco. So we've got about 19 minutes to go until kickoff. So yeah, still quite a lot of time to sort of really break things down. And I think, you know, the big thing is last week Australia just didn't contest the breakdown. You know, I think Italy was recycling. The average ruck speed was about 3 seconds. So 1, 2, 3 balls out. As an average ruck speed. I mean, that's mental. And I think that's why they very much just ran Australia off their feet, because at their breakdown they were really good. And we've got to try and slow that down. You know, I think Italy, we've got to turn this into a slugfest. You know, as much as people, you know, want us to play a really good brand of rugby, and I think we will see a bit more of that. We've also got to understand that a game like Italy, for example, you don't play Italy's game. You don't even try. You know, maybe you can play them in their own game, which is lekker, but for the first 20-25 minutes, let's just go dominate them up front. Let's just go and really put them on the back foot. Let's really impose ourselves, and let's put them under a lot of pressure early, and give them no hope of winning, you know. Because, yeah, as I said, on the back of two losses of SAA as well, we're 0 from 4 in the tour. So this is a big opportunity for us to at least go 1 from 5, which is a 20% win rate. Not lekker, is it? But what can you do? What can you do? And I think the big thing, obviously, is, you know, are there lessons being learned in these losses? And I think there are. You know, I think it'll be lazy to say that we haven't learned a few things from those losses against Ireland and France. But we should have won both games. I think that's frustrating. You know, we should have very much been 3 from 3 or 2 from 2, 3 from 3 if we win today. It could have definitely happened. It's not even that far-fetched, I don't think, to say that. We were really good at certain parts in both those games. We had opportunities taken. I mean, as I said, Ireland was just a case of if we had kicked better for poles, we would have won. And France, a red card set us back, and we still probably should have won, to be honest. So yeah, it was frustrating. Gareth says got busy back, was still out. No, he's still out. Tommaso Allen is starting for Italy. He was drafted into the team late last week, and he actually played very well. So it helps the box that Paolo Gavizzi isn't playing, but I like watching him. So a little bit disappointed about that. Because we got to see him against Samoa, but now he didn't get to see him against Australia and South Africa. And those are the games you want to see if he can contend. You know, can he contend to do it with the best of them? I think he can. I do think that he's genuinely going to be a not necessarily a world-class fly half. I think but you know, maybe he could be. But I think he's very much going to be a top international 10. You know, I think that he'll be able to kick it with most of the top 10s out there. But you got to be able to see if he can do it against the big boys like South Africa, and South Africa definitely are big boys, which is why we need to go out and show that we can't just claim that we are a big rugby nation. We are a big rugby nation, but at the moment our performance is not really backing them up, aren't they? So now we need to go out and say, bang, we're back, and we will see that in 16 minutes time. We'll look at the Brock side as well. We've got a nice video there for you, which will show you all their ages and stuff like that. We are looking to add caps to it. It's just a very complicated system at the moment. If you add caps, for example, it takes like, I'm not even joking, like 12 hours to render all the various things. So it gets quite complicated. So, but we are looking into it. So yeah, we will be obviously. I mean, as you guys can see, this channel progresses. That's what we do. We are always looking at how we can improve. And we're always trying to improve. So I think if you guys have been here since the beginning, you'll have known how things have changed, how the studio's changed, how our coverage has changed, you know, how much more we are now doing than we were 2 years ago when we were doing watchalongs. So yeah, as I said, the match, you know, the lineup stuff like that is a nice little addition that we're trying to adding, and we still need to figure out all the various kinks and stuff like that, and how we can fix it. But our promise is to always keep improving, and that's why feedback's always also welcomed as well. And positive, I mean, you know, criticism, we can take positive, constructive criticism is great. You know, if I still get more hate mail saying your shit, that doesn't really help me. You know, I can't really do much about that at the end of the day. If you don't like me, you don't like me. So, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Please do smash like on the video, by the way, as well. We've got 163 people watching in the chat. Ashley is watching from Namibia. Gareth saying, match happy, Gobbles is out, he's world class. And Jordan saying, still praying we win. I think we'll be fine, people. Come on, people. Where's your faith? Where's the faith? Gotta back the buggers to come good today. I reckon I will be fine. You can't, stop stressing here. Moenie stress nie. We're going to be absolutely fine. I've got no doubt that the box is going to go out. We're going to do the business, and we're going to be happier Springbok fans than we were a week ago. And the question is, who is going to stand up? Well, it's going to be one of these players. In case you have missed the side, this is the Springbok 23 that will be running out in less than 50 minutes over there in Italy. Right, so that is your South African side. And yeah, some cool picks in there. And I think that, as we've been saying a lot, a lot of opportunities, a lot of players. But, the Evan Rusk selection is exciting. And for me, I think Andre Esterhuizen is like the big one to watch for today, as well as our two locks. I mean, to be fair, I think Murat and Marvin Ori probably both maybe competing for a potential spot on the plane to France. But, yeah, I mean, they're going to have to do a lot, aren't they? And I just think that, for example, something like Marvin Ori, he just doesn't smash the door down. So I don't think, he's someone who is going to be high on the list of people who are going to necessarily go. But why not? At the end of the day, if he can get a job done, that's the main thing with it. And I think with Marvin Ori, that's very much what he brings to the team. He's very solid. So I think it is a case of him just going out and doing the basics today. He's not going to be an RKS name, and he's got all these offloads and stuff like that. He's not going to necessarily be an Evan Etzebeth who's an enforcer, even Lua Diago, for example, but he just does things very solidly. He's a very good defender. He carries the ball pretty well. And that's kind of what we need to see from him today. We need to see that sort of side. Just go out and do your job well. You go and do that, and I think you'll enjoy yourself to some of the Boks fans. But anyway, we are in Genoa. All the Boks are in Genoa. And it's not actually a rugby stadium. It's actually a football stadium. Genoa and Sampdoria play out of it. But yeah, it is to rugby today. Sia Khaleesi getting ready to lead the buggers out. Bongi Benambi looking, listen, Bongi Benambi looks pretty focused there. I reckon we're about to see a Bongi Benambi masterclass with the look on. Meanwhile, Frans Maherbe is yawning, so he's very over it. He wants a nap and a beer. And Sia, there he goes. Off we go. And yeah, so just the anthems. We've got about 6 minutes to go, 7 minutes to go. So before we start, I'm going to show a bit of a video exactly answering that question. How can I watch? Because that is the big sort of question a lot of people are asking. And we've got that sorted for you. Don't stress. Don't stress. Everybody keeps asking, how do I watch? How do I watch? Panicking. Don't panic. This is how you're going to watch. It's very simple. Thanks to ExpressVPN for making it so easy. So yeah, so in case you're still looking at how to watch, this is exactly what you need to do. Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's guide on how to watch Italy take on South Africa this weekend. Italy looking to actually go 3 from 3 in the Autumn Nations series so far. I mean, how crazy is that? They swept aside Samoa in the first game. They then upset Australia in the second game. And now they're taking on the world champions. And this Italian side's going to be brimming with confidence. But it's a match the Springboks have got to pitch up. And they've actually got to make a statement. Because at the moment, the Boks are looking at 0 from 2. And if they were to lose this weekend, Italy will be 3 from 3, with Boks are 0 from 3, which would be a disaster. So it is a very important game for the Springboks. A couple of rotated players in the Boks side, but still a very, very strong side. Kickoff is at 3 o'clock South African Standard Time. It's an afternoon kickoff for South Africans, so make sure you don't get caught unawares. And the big question is, how can you watch that game? Well, thank you very much to ExpressVPN, who are powering and sponsoring this video. They are making it easier than ever for you to watch all the action live during this Autumn Nations series. And in terms of watching this game, well, it's the same as watching every other game that we've been doing. If you're following the channel, you'll know exactly what to do. First things first, you're going to download ExpressVPN. And there's a link in the description below. There's a special offer for all Forever Sports supporters. You can get an extra 3 months free if you sign up with a 12-month subscription. You're then going to open up ExpressVPN, which looks something like this. And you're going to click those 3 little dots on the right over there, and it'll bring up a bunch of locations. You're going to go to a UK location, and you're going to turn the VPN on. You are then going to go to Amazon Prime. Again, link in the description. You're going to sign up for a 30-day free trial. And you then go to the link over here, and there's your Autumn Nations series. There you go to the game you're looking for, which is Italy versus South Africa. You pull that up over there, and there we go. All the build-up and stuff like that, everything, and it will be live on Saturday. So it's as easy as that. So don't wait until Saturday and then start sort of making a mad flurry to try and find a stream. Get yourself sorted, get yourself ExpressVPN, go and sign up for a free trial on Amazon Prime. It's as easy as that. So there really is no excuse these days not to watch the action. And we'll see you guys all there for Watchalong this weekend as we sort of build towards the big test against England next week. But South Africa can't afford to Italy to become a bit of a banana peel, so they've got to go out and do the job. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Right, so there we go. That answers your question, and well, I hope it answers your question. If you're looking to watch the match, that is how you can go and do it. It's very straightforward, people. Big shout out to ExpressVPN for making it easier than ever to watch all the action live from Italy. So, yeah, people, how are we feeling? How are we feeling? Still not that many predictions, and I'd like to see, come on, people, get your predictions in. Where are the predictions at? Where are the usual? Where's the chat show? It's coming out. It's been a very quiet day. Yeah, let's get this going. Let's get hyped here. Let's get excited. We've got kickoff in like 4 minutes here, people. I'm not getting enough hype here. Our poll's got 575 votes. That's picking up nicely. Let's get the chat flowing. Let's get the beers going. You know, I've got me beers here, so we're gonna do the standard. No, I wasn't hoping for a bit of a, but so no thing. But cheers, people. Hopefully a good performance from the Boks and the Buggers. This might be the longest national anthem we've ever heard being sung, by the way. It's a very good question. I don't know why she's singing it so slowly, but it is. It's not been progress is not rapid over here. Right, let's just share on the socials. Yo, that took a while. That took a while. I just understand why. Like, it's not hard. Like, you've got to backtrack. Like, just sing it properly. But anyway, so it's done. Singing a lullaby or something. Yeah, there's a bit of a strange rendition there. But we are through it. It'll now be the Italian national anthem, and I don't think she is singing it, so hopefully we will be able to get kickoff on time, because that was getting a little bit sketchy at one stage. So, how are we feeling here, people? Votes got 606, so they're trying to wind us up with singing. Yeah, this is all, it's all a plot, people. It's all a plot. They're doing this all deliberately to throw us off. It's not going to work, though. Nice try. Nice try. And the Italian anthem, by the way, is rocking over there. Goodness me. Ooh, they're holding up sheets. Let's see what it looks like. That's the flag. That's boring. I thought they were going to have something cool. Okay, so we're gonna give some free bets away. I'm gonna give away a free bet right now, you know, because you guys aren't giving me predictions, and that's nonsense. So I'm gonna give a free bet. So the first person to give a prediction, I'm gonna give a 100 Rand free bet to, which is Bongani. Wow, there we go. Bongani, you're watching. You're gonna get yourself a 100 Rand free bet courtesy of BetCodes. If you want to win a free bet, check the link in the comments. Check the link in the description. And yeah, go get yourself your BetCodes account. Get yourself a free bet. And get yourself, go win some money. Go win some money. Yes, you know, this is how an anthem is supposed to be sung. Ish. Old Lamara scares me when he starts. You start seeing that sort of passion from them. You know that a big game's coming. However, none of that. No time for this. We've got to put these guys away. We can't show them too much respect. We've got to go out and beat these people. But yeah, it is still going to be a bit of a task to do it, because they're a decent side. We can't underestimate them. We got to pump them. So yeah, here we go. Here we go. So just going up to the team. So let's look at the side, shall we? So if we look at the South Africans, we looked at it earlier, but in the front row, it will be Oxenchair, Bongi Banambi, and France Herbert unchanged. However, new second row combination in Solomon Murat and Marvin Ori. Sia Khaleesi, Franco Martin, Jasper Visa, your loose trio. The back line, Faf de Klerk continues to partner Damien Willemse, Kirkley Arndt, Cheslin Colby, Willie Leroux, the usual back three that we've seen in the last couple of games. And then Andre Esterhuizen comes into the side. Damien just shifts to 13. So interested to see exactly how it's going to go there. Off the bench, the bomb squad. Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitsov, Vincent Koch, Evan Etzebeth, Kwaka Smith, Evan Rus. And then you've got Kurs Real and Marnie Liebach as well. For the Italians, two changes in the front rows. Danilo Pachetti and Giacomo Nicotera get a start. Pietro Kisharedi is also in as well. Nicolo Canone and Federico Razzi lock combination, a very accomplished loose trio in Sebastian Negri, Michel Lamara, and Lorenzo Canone. Stephen Varney partnering Tommaso Alan Montiawani, Pierre Bruno, and Andre Capuzzo. The back three, Luca Marizzi and John Anasha breaks the two centers. Off the bench for the Italians, watch out for Gianmarco Lucchesi, Ivan Nima, and Simone Ferrari. We'll be trying to nullify that sort of bomb squad. And then we're going to have David Sisi, Manuel Zuliani, who comes into the side, Alessandro Garbizzi, Ero Padovani, and Tommaso Minoncello. Daniel Willemse with ball in hand. Springboks will be playing right to left in the first in the first half here. And we do have kickoff right. Daniel Willemse going towards the right-hand side. Kickoff over here. And Italy really looking to try and run it a bit. And Canone gets his first carry. Now looking to run outside the 22. Long ball over the top, and it's been thrown straight out. Wow, that's what you get for trying to be cheeky, Italy. We've taken it quickly, though. Quick throw in now. No, Faf, that was so stupid. So Faf, I think it was a penalty advantage. Was it? No, so why would you do that? So Faf saw a bit of space and wanted to go down the blind side, but he had to like go around the entire blooming Genoa before he managed to really get through. So yeah, it could have been attacking opportunity. They go over the top though. Another carry for Canone. Sia Khaleesi out there. Now I think we will see Italy exit a bit more traditionally. But a good start to the pace of the game. And we will have our first proper line. I'll taking that one quickly. What are the comments saying here? Steve, do you remember the word tradition, the SA anthem by Rasta? Yeah, this and that in France. That still takes the cake, doesn't it? And Juna says, Box mustn't sleep on this Italian team. Mark saying their first job is to not sleep on the anthem. Kevin saying, are you going to do the All Blacks versus England game as well? Yes, we're going to be doing all the games. Rian will be with you guys for the next game, Scotland versus Argentina. Then I'll be with you guys for England versus New Zealand, as well as Ireland versus Australia. First lineup goes to Marvin Ori. Solid take as well. Here comes the Rolling Moore. It's off to a decent start, actually. It's off to a very decent start. We're already inside the 22 and looking pretty good. And advantage for side entry. So first penalty advantage here. Faf de Klerk does take it. Bringing in Andre Estes and goes to Willemse. Willemse, dummies. Ball over the top to Willie Leroux. Willie Leroux, did you correctly answer? Has he got the pace? Has he got the pace? He bet you does. He goes in there, steps inside, goes over. The Springboks are over in the second minute. This is what we say. Good start. And we move. Yeah, good stuff. Well done, Kirtley. Good stuff. Well, there we go. What a start. What a start. It's a great finish, by the way. Lots of things. And just takes the tackle, rolls inside. Two tacklers missing out on him, and he gets over. Perfect start for the Boks, though. Let's move. Let's go. Let's go. Why is my scoreboard not working, people? I know it is. Just needs to update. Yeah, there we go. There we go. It's working. Come on. That's more like it. Jason Colby with the goal kicking duties. It's right on the corner. Let's see if Chesney can get going early on here. Rugby gets touchdown. It's a difficult kick for any goal kicker, let alone a part-timer. And Chesney Colby is looking to try and bend this in, but yeah, it's not a great attempt, to be honest. You can see what he's trying to do. Very much trying to just draw it in, but nothing there. So 5-0 is where it remains. But the perfect start, really. And that's what we want to see. Right, restart towards the right-hand side. Marvin Ori. Started all of that with a good take in the line earlier, so he's off to a nice start so far. And it's a good clearance as well, so a fine touch by the halfway line. Good to see Patrick Clerk playing good rugby, isn't it? Right, so in the halfway line here, well, we see something a bit different from the Italians. We did see so in the first line, they went over the top there. Hasn't really worked for them, but they are trying to do things a bit differently. Ball over the top once again. It's a good take by Murat. Now Patrick Clerk goes to the boot. Trying to watch it all through the bloody pigeons. And yeah, the ball goes over the top and it is skewed, so it will be turnover ball. It will be a Springbok scrum. First scrum of the day, actually, which is exciting, This is the stuff we want to see. What are we saying here? So, Mark saying, the orange says, landed. Jock saying, how's it going with the other cards people? The stadium is funky. It was really good by Willemse and Louis. Yeah, it was very nicely well delayed by Willemse, and then Louis with a nice pass out towards Kirtley. So, nice start there. Right, comes back to the Italians. Inesha breaks on a long pass out to Montiawani. He's going for the chip and chase, but David Delendi was covering well. Murat popping it up to Franco Master. I'm going to need to flip and sort out my stream a little bit here, which is struggling a bit. Now Francois Herbert coming on the angle there. Good carry from the big tight head. Now it's available for Fab de Klerk, who will go to his trusty left boot. Good tackle from Phillips as well. Now Italy return the favour. And Fab de Klerk is well positioned, calls for the mark. And he takes it quickly and bangs it back towards the Italian half. Now, decent work here so far. Yeah, it's good work. It's good awareness by Fab de Klerk. I think he realised he was going to step out and so decided to just mark it there. Right, they go to the front of the line at this time. Nicotero finding his man. Namara pops it up. It's not a great pass. And Marisi and big counter-back from Esterhazen. Turnover ball. But a penalty for crawling against Esterhazen. So not exactly what we need. And it's right in front of the poles. So they will take the points here. Okay, I'm just going to give me 2 seconds. I'm going to switch on my TV. Right, and Italy do add the 3, so they bring the deficit down to 2. So a bit of a frustrating penalty to give away. To be honest, very soft. So yeah, it's a bit annoying. Restart goes towards the right-hand side, and Shizen Colby putting a lot of pressure. Montiawani hit hard in the tackle, he gets away from it. Now Esterhazen hanging on to Canone. A lot of space towards the left. The Italians want to look to use it, and a penalty. I think he's taking the man beyond the ruck from the looks of it. I think is the call from Carly. Cleaning past the ruck area is the call, so it's a penalty right in front of the poles. Interesting decision time here, people. What do we do? Yeah, it's pretty easy penalty to give, isn't it? It's against Nicotera, who's taking Khaleesi far beyond the ruck, and the kicking tee has been called for. It is Test match rugby, so we'll just pop over the extras. We'll cancel out their penalty. The ref today is Matthew Carley, who's British. A decent ref as well.
To the game against Australia last week. One of guys who was originally selected for that match did a hit with the captain's run before the Australia game. Still hasn't recovered from that. So Alan is starting that up.
Right, come on, Cheslin. Let's add the 3 and let's get back and let's get going. Well, that's flown to the crowd, and it is through the middle. So Colby adds, gets his sort of tally going for the day, and we add the extra 3. So 8 points to 3 after 10 minutes. Nice start so far. Big saying, let's go Boks from an All Black supporter. Interesting. Not too many of those around. Well, not too many All Black supporters. You'll be back in the box, to be fair. Probably more where we're at. Right, restart. Marvin Ori getting underneath it. Very nicely taken by him, but then drops it forward. And it's to take the line up quickly. So long ball out to Lamara in the middle. There's a big overlap. Ball over the top. Colby is scrambling. Validu is there. Comes inside. Colby does complete the tackle on Awani. Now Franco Moster up. Good tackle. It maybe made on Fischetti there. And Advantage for not running away. They'll just... Oh, that's good hands. Angie Capuzzo is over. That is dreadful. That is absolutely dreadful. And it's the man we said we had to watch out for. It's... that's so annoying. That's so annoying. Well, there it is. After a positive start, a good start. Both times Italy have been in our half and they've scored. And there's just so much space. This is the hands there from Lamaro. And Colby comes in quickly, misses him completely. And Andrew Capuzzo, your World Breakthrough Player of the Year nominee, is over. That's very annoying. I mean, he's got so much pace. As soon as he's through the half gap, he's away. You know he's touching him, yeah. Phillips is trying to get across in vain, but you're never getting there. Well, that's not gone well. Not exactly the start we wanted, is it? And they have taken the lead. Well, this is not quite what we wanted, is it? Not part of the plan. Right, and we are now behind Italy. This is going well. Right, Colby slipping the tackle there of Marizzi. Italy still looking to try and run it outside their 22, which is a dangerous game to play because it is why they've conceded 8 points so far. Now, look to find touch. Not sure he will find touch though. Yeah, we will let it bounce into touch there. Probably a good decision. He would have been right up against touchline if he did want to try and take that. So that's actually a good exit from Italy. You know, they did run a phase there, but... Yeah, I mean, it's pinpoint. That is pinpoint. That's a proper exit from Italy. Right, Bongi. Let's go and hit the lineup here. So you've seen it all go to Marvin Ori so far. This time, Franco Moster goes up, brings it straight down to Faf de Klerk. Dave Willemsen goes to Esterhuizen. Esterhuizen goes to Kirkley. Kirtley almost through, being brought down by Montione. Pops it up towards Sia Khaleesi. Sia Khaleesi throws the dummy and then goes himself. Good work there. Oh, diving pass. A little bit of throwback there. Haven't seen a diving pass in ages there. Fab to Clerk. Quickly up onto his feet though. Willemse going to Billy running the hands here. Esterhazen goes to Dale Lindy. Dale Lindy decides to chip ahead. And looking to put Andrew Kaputsa under some pressure. And he won't find touch with Kaputsa. So Billy goes inside Dame Willemse. Now Dame Willemse wants to run. And he's finding a bit of space. Puts it to Esterhazen. Esterhazen needs to come inside. Does come inside very well. Look, he's still going. That's a proper carry from Esterhazen. Up into the 22. Fab to go quick ball to Marvin Norrie. Now Faf to Willemse. Willemse to Jasper Wiese. We haven't seen him much standing in the midfield there. Back on the inside here. Bit of a fumble there from Murat. And then a good offload. Well, very hands. And now Willemse stepping on the inside. Was looking to try to get his hands to the tackle and find the offload, but doesn't. So it is brought down. Faf to Clerk now weighing up his options. Deciding to go to the left. And Dale Indy's kick has been charged down. It's a pretty weird kick. I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to just be a chip. And all he's done is given them straight position straight back. But well, people wanted to have ball in hand. We've seen ball in hand before they just chipped it back to them. And now Italy are going to kick from the base of the ruck. Stephen Varney asked for a couple of blockers. Just outside 22, so we can't find touch. So this will be contestable. Brilliant. Bringing it into Willemse. Good angle. Willemse just hands off Faf to Clerk as well. It's just such an open game. There's a lot of space here. Faf to Clerk going to Billy Roo seeing the space out wide. Bit of a fumble to Delendi and a horrible pass to Khaleesi. Comes back inside. Now Faf to Clerk spots a bit of space in behind there. Chesson Colby is kicking, is chasing, and Kaputso has to go to the boot and finds a brilliant clearance. This kid's good, eh? Right, so we're back inside our own half here. And it's gone through the hands, but a penalty for playing the man in the air against Franco Mostert. Yeah, he went up and the ball went straight through the hands because he was impeded. I think it's Federico Razza who does just smack his arm, basically. We're not going to find touch. Oaks, come on. That's like so basic. Now Italy don't find touch. So Dame Willemse will chip and chase. Follow his own kick. That's a really good take by Montione though. So Italy with possession just inside their own half on the left-hand side of the park. I need to get my tracker up. I'm having a mare here. Good defense here. We put them all the way back in their own 22. There we go. That's what we want. It's a good intensity there from the defense. Big tackle coming in from Bongi and Sia Khaleesi over that ball, but well cleaned out. Slow ball here for Italy. Khaleesi's coming back in with a bit of a counter ruck, and that's a bit of a floaty pass to Tommaso Allen, who just pumps down the middle of the park. So Billy Leroux's got Kirtley Arendse for company. What is he looking to do? He brings in Kirtley Arendse. Solid carry by him. And he's knocked it on in the collision. Come on, chaps. Come on, man. Oh, not a effing water break. I mean, I was actually enjoying things. This is getting good. And now we have to have a sudden water break. I'm so over these water breaks. These water breaks have got to go. They've got to go. No, we can't do it. Well, it's been quite a match so far. First 70 minutes. Right, so 10 points to 8. The Boks are currently down after 70 minutes, and after this drinks break, we will restart with a scrum. And look, ball in hand a lot. This is a very, it's been quite a high-paced game, which is probably not something we really expected from the Boks point of view. Italy will try and play this. So the question is, for example, do we have the fitness? Can we maintain this sort of speed? And, what will the bench be like? And I think, the faster pace the game is, the more important the bench becomes. Which probably plays into our favor because we've got a very strong bench. So, come on, big scrum, lads. Come on, lads. And the free kick for pushing, but Bongi and Nami is not, he's saying that they're being pulled in. Looking to find touch, does find touch from the free kick there, so it'll be Italian line out just inside their own half. Right, we do contest, but it's a good line win there. Raza coming away with it, and Italy going straight to the back line. Chip over the top, it's all a preset move, and Colby marks it brilliantly. Gets away from one tackle, under a lot of pressure though from Kanone, who is going to win a penalty. Yeah, that is really good work. I told you that this number 8 is serious. I told you he's serious. He's won a brilliant penalty. It was brilliant covering by Ches and Colby, but then completely isolated. And Kanone is first up there. Once he gets to this position, there's only one result. Shoves him back down to the ground. You've got Curtly Orange trying to clean him out. Yeah, there's only going to be one result there. Brian says the Italian fullback is like gold. As we said, Albert saying Russia should be glad it's not at the 10 of the box, not in the lead. Dane Vincent should go. He is a weak link. Well, apart from the fact that he set up the first try. But apart from that, yeah, sure. So Tommy Allen will line up another 3 points, try and make it a 5-point game. And the flags do come up. Right, 13 points to 8. Not going well, you lads. So Allen so far flawless off the tee. Set up a try or not, you can say Stevie should go. What? So an Oak sets up a try, but I mean, what? That's like saying Curtly Orange should go. Well, say what you want. He might have scored, but he needs to go. Oh, charge down from the kickoff. Almost fell to Oxen Chair as well. The ball's come up the top there. Penalty. There we go. No, I'm sorry. Come on. Damien Williams has actually had a pretty start. So Cardi has explained it to Michelle Lamar, and he's actually admitted there. Well, we're going for the corner here, by the way. That's a nice sign of what we're feeling. Right, good mark there. Now try to get them more going. It's very, very stagnant at the moment. There is once. Now starting to go. It's gone straight. Frank Mostard's down. And I think this is going to be turn over ball, you know. Why didn't we take it out? First of all, it's very weird to see a Moore go down and not be given a penalty. But why didn't we take it out? Like, as soon as that ball at Moore went down, Bongi needs to be taking it out. That's really poor. Yeah. Although, ironically, I'm still not panicking, actually. I still think we're actually pretty comfortable in this game. Just stupid small errors at the moment. So I wouldn't... Conrad, I'm sorry. I don't know what you're on about. Damian Willemse has probably been our most consistent backline player this year, apart from Lakanya. Like, this is a very weird take. Of all the people to go after, Damian Willemse is definitely not good 2 out of 10 games. He's been our most consistent, one of our most consistent players in the team. It's a weird hill to die on, dude, but you do you. Cross said we could lose this game. Oh, says players that put up their hands in the tough games or class. Does someone have that he isn't a bull disease? Oh, that's a huge scrum. Goodness me. Canoni breaks off the back and Damian Willemse completes the tackle, but that's a massive scrum. That's a bit of a warning sign. And under pressure there, Allen. Will he find touch? He won't find touch. Colby is retreating, gives it inside to Willie Leroux. Now, where's Willie Leroux going to go? He's drifting towards the left-hand side. And he's taken well there, but Marvin Ori does well to get back and support him. Now, Faf de Klerk goes to Salom Murat and jumps over him. And there's a bit of a gap for Faf de Klerk. Makes a few meters there, brought down. Penalty advantage as well. He has to free roll the dice. Willie Leroux, long pass out to Damien Dale-Lindy. He's got overlap to Kurtley Arnse. Arnse in the inside. Good tackle made on him. But he makes a few meters. No advantage, and we'll go to the back for the penalty there. The maul is so predictable. Well, the maul itself or the decision to maul, because that's pretty standard. But look, we've had 3 lineouts. 2 of the mauls have been alright. That one was I mean, just didn't set well. I don't know why we didn't use it. Big scrum though before this, so that bodes well. Nice little break there by Faf de Klerk. It's a good tackle in the end, but sniping around, that's what we want to see. You want to see Faf de Klerk sniping. You want to see him looking for space. And Colby's asked for the kicking tee, so we are going to go and bring ourselves... I think that's the right decision as well. We tried to go for the try to be a bit confident, didn't work, so we will take the points here. It's not an easy kick either, by the way, so we're going to try to take the points here anyway. How can I watch the match for free? Check the description. We've got everything you need to know is down in the description there, so go and check that out. Again, if you want to win some free bets, go and predict the score using the link in the comments. I do have a beer. We just haven't really had a break. We haven't had a chance to... I need a water break. Maybe that's what I'm... Maybe I'm just doing the water breaks wrong. If I was drinking during the water breaks, then maybe I'd probably appreciate them a bit more. Anyway, Chase and Colby. And it's a 3rd kick of the match. He is 1 from 2 so far. In a very noisy Italian stadium. And that's looking good. Yep, that is straight over from Chairs and Colby. What a kick that is, by the way. That's a proper kick from him. Colby, you're my favorite one. Yeah, good choice, kid. Good choice. Good restart there to Marvin Ori. Faf de Klerk, and I think the ball is just outside 22, so can't find touch. Kurtley Arnse is herring after this one. And Arnse has won it back. Really good chase that from Kurtley. He's had a very good start to the game so far. Faf de Klerk going to Jasper Wiese. Jasper Wiese getting away from 1. Getting into Italy's half. Quick ball here. Faf de Klerk going to Willemse. Willemse going to Leroux. Leroux out to Esterhazen. Good tackle maybe made by Brix. He's a very good defender. Marvin Ori hit hard there, the tackle. Faf de Klerk looking at his options. Goes to Willie Leroux. Willie Leroux's going to go to the boot. That's not a particularly good kick. It's come high in the air. Arnse is going to go up, and he does go up, but he does very well to stay inside. And Sekulisi, as usual, there to do some dog work at the breakdown. Now Jasper Wiese coming with pace. Almost he is through. Just losing his footing. Faf de Klerk to Willie Leroux. First receiver to Damian Willemse. Damian Willemse looking for the cross kick for Colby. But Moani reads it well. In fact, Franklin Moss is there to complete the tackle. It's good work there for Monty Ioane. It wasn't the worst idea either. Now, kick down the middle of the park. David Williams is underneath it. Goes to Billy LaRue. They've identified this left-hand side. Long pass out wide. Kurt Lawrence. Inside. Almost looked a bit of a shoulder charge there. Now to Bongi Manambi. Just outside 22. Good work here from the box. Jasper Visa. Made hard in the tackle. Delendi popping out to Esterhazen. Still just outside the 22. Patient work needed here. Now to France by Herbert. The first just puts his head down. Now LaRue. Flat to Bongi. Into the 22 we go. Chip over the top for Willie LaRue. And Kaputso. It's Allen actually runs it out. Nice little kick in behind there from LaRue. We'll have a 5-meter line. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. Yeah, nice little chip in behind. Saw the space there. And look, if the ball bounced any other direction, it bounced towards that. And if it bounced away from, I think Kurt Lawrence could be in there. But Kurt Lawrence has pitched up today. And I think Mapimpi might be a little bit worried actually watching this that his spot could be in jeopardy because Kurt Lawrence has done absolutely nothing wrong. Right, Bongi goes to Franklin Mostert. They go to the back of the line. This is looking a bit better. A lot of Italian players are on the wrong side. They're going to have to move. Bongi Manambi comes away with it. Bongi Manambi, is he over? Oh, it's a double blow. I think Matthew Colley wants to have a look to see if there was grounding there. Right, Colley's going to have a word with Sia here. Yeah, Matthew Colley having an issue with Bongi Manambi, who apparently had a bit of a comment to him. They are going to go back and see if we've got grounding here. So we could have a try here. Bongi could be out. So Jean said Kurt Lawrence, what a gem, man. Bulls have got a gem there. No easy game rugby anymore, 100%. Give it time, you'll see. Okay. So now we just need to wait for David Vince to become shit, apparently. Right, the question is, does Bongi Manambi get over here? The question is no. The answer is no, it doesn't get over. Well, he gets over. I think there's definitely a hand underneath. It's actually very well defended. Can't have two agile type wings though. Why not? It works, it works. Why not? At the end of the day, if Kurt answers defensively is fine, if they're both defensively okay, then why can't we have two speedy wings? So I don't think this is going to be... there's going to be no try here. It probably will be held up, so it'll be a goal line dropout. Yeah, there's no... Oh, there is grounding, but it depends if you're defining it as a second movement or not. So the question is he allowed to place that? Yeah, 1.7 real speed. I quite like that. I quite like when they're asked to see it in real speed, so you can really appreciate exactly how quickly things have happened. You slow it down, you can sit there saying, oh, well, it was a while until it happened, but then you're sitting there going, well, if you look in real speed, it was seconds. So this is going to be the replay in real speed. Bang, bang, gets brought down. And then goes over. Hey, we have a try. Yep, he's saying it's he's saying that it was in one movement. So he's happy for the try to stand. So Bongi Manambi scores, and Chesn Cole will have an opportunity to pop over the extra 2, and we'll go level. That's a bit better. So yeah, judging that that it was still one move, that he is allowed to place the ball. So yeah, again, it was just he's allowed to place, but how? I mean, you can't also just lie there and after like 10 seconds go, okay, cool, let me place here. And welcome Debbie, the latest member to the Forever Sports Members Club. If you want to join the club, check out the pinned comment there. Right, Chesson Colby looking to go 3 from 4. Much easier, one of probably his easiest, second easiest kick so far of the day. Just on the left-hand side here, should have no issue. And there we go. And 18-13 is the score. As we surge into the lead. Thanks to, I said Bongi Manami looked ready. He had focus on his face when before the game, and he's over. Robin Oriander the kickoff once again. Trying to find a better angle for Faf de Klerk. Who actually goes to Dane Willems. So Dane Willems is going to Billy LaRue. Long pass out to Colby. Now Colby goes to the boot. And he finds touch just past the 10-meter line. Not the worst X. It was a nice idea. Right, so it'll be Italian line just inside Springbok half. With 9 minutes to go, we are in the lead, yeah. 5-point lead. Raza goes up there. An advantage because Marvin Ory's gone all the way over there. That's a penalty advantage. So interesting decision what they'll take there. It'll be a difficult kick there. Yeah, I mean Marvin Ory. I don't think we can really can't exactly argue that one, can you? Marvin Ory just went over the top and landed firmly on top of the Italian maul. Mario Smith saying, we need to stop back-chatting the ref if we only get 50-50 course go away, 100%. Says, you're good to see us keep the ball and work the phases. Clever kick by LaRue, 100%. They are going for the corner here. Right, so the Italians have got their the wind under their sails here on the 5-meter line. So a big defensive effort now needed from the box. And they've changed the point of contact. Nicotera there. Yeah, Marvin Ory. Yeah, that's it. I appreciate that from Carly as well. You know, Marvin Ory is desperately trying to roll away, and they're just like basically dragging him back into the ruck. Big hit there from Damien Delendi. Jasper Visa over the ball trying to slow things down. Now Nicotera once again. Strong defense needed here. Now Varney going to Brix. Pops it away to Marizzi. Damien Willems holds on. Kirtley Aronser over that ball. Kirtley Aronser. What? Hands beyond the ball. I thought he was penalising for not running away. So another penalty on the corner. They'll probably go for the corner once again. That's a very weird thing talking about World Rugby. Like, we're busy watching the box play, and I was talking about World Rugby. Why? Right, let's see. So hands past the ball. To be fair, he put his hands where the ball was, but because he rolled, the ball wasn't there. So correct decision in the end. And they did take the line, but they're going to have to retake it. Not sure what the issue was there. Matthew Carty saying, no, take it again. Nobody really seen ready there. The Box do try and compete, but they miss out. And here comes the rolling more from Italy. But so far, well defended. But they are looking to peel towards the right against the touch line. And they come through the middle as well. Salman Murat's got his arms over the ball. This will be turnover ball. That's good work. That's good maul defense. Yeah, good work. Good work. Proper work there. Salman Murat, well done. Gets through the middle, gets his hands all over that ball, and just hangs over dear life. That's proper maul defense there. We'll take a scrum, which last time was a pretty big shove, so He's actually been quite good so far, Salman Murat. I mean, he's not even Etzebeth, but I mean, who is? I think that's also like something that we need, like as fans, to start understanding that you've got to rate somebody on the. What is that? That looks good. It looks like just a half a loaf of bread in the crowd. So yeah, I mean, I think as the VXA Arcs there saying that both locks playing well, I tend to agree actually. Even Etzebeth running the water. I didn't know you could do that actually if you're on the bench. But so far, I would agree. I think Marvin Ori and Salman Murat have both started very nicely. Right, so Springbok scrum, deep inside our own 22 on the left-hand side. So the full right to work with, but I think this is very much going to be a big shove and win the penalty and kick our way out of trouble and go get the line out again. I don't think we're looking to bring this ball out. Ball goes in. Here comes the shove. Big shove, big shove, big shove, big shove. Penalty advantage. Faf de Klerk goes to Andre Estes and long pass out to Willie Leroux. Leroux, long pass out to Colby. Colby waits together. Wants to run himself. Comes on the inside. Gets away from one. Gets away from two. Just outside the 22. Obviously still penalty advantage here. Faf de Klerk going to Aspavisa. But I think that Esterhuizen has stayed down. Or Willie Leroux stayed down. Must have been a late hit then if he has stayed down. He's back on his feet, which is good. Willemse to De Lendi. Behind a couple of players. A little bit isolated here. So we'll go back for the penalty. And I'm going to I forgot to close the vote. So at almost 1,500 votes, we'll close it off there. People backing Box to win 82%, by the way, just in case you're wondering. So there's our poll. Please do smash like on the video, by the way. We need 22 more likes and we'll get up to 100 likes. Salman Murat's also getting some attention, apparently. Hopefully up to series. He's playing nicely, and I'd like to see Salman Murat and Marvin Ori both get some minutes into it, but it looks like Murat's actually just working on his boot. Not the best kick there from Faf de Klerk. So we'll have a line just by our 10 meter, just inside our 10 meter. 4 minutes to go. Half-time score wouldn't be terrible. And I think the main thing is the Italian points probably coming against the run of play. Right, Bonge will probably look to hit Marvin Ori here. He's called the line out well so far. They got Salman Murat at the front. Good take from him. Right, and now let's see if we can get them all going. Bonge Manami breaks off the back, brings in Andre Esterhuizen, who's brought down by Kildone. Now Faf de Klerk going on the short side. Oxen Chair calling for it. Penalty advantage for offside, I think is the call there. Now Faf de Klerk to Willemse. Willemse is not the best pass, but a good pick up by Esterhuizen. Good tackle on him by Jean Ignacio Brix. But we'll go back to the penalty. CBS says just came in. How's the match going? Score suggests a close game. Yeah, I mean it is a close game, but I think South Africa have been the better side. We were down at one stage, so I think Italy are making it difficult for us. But yeah, I wouldn't say there's any need. I mean, there's no real sort of panic. As I said, it was a pretty soft try to concede, and then a couple of silly penalties. Apart from that, we're seeing a very different type of rugby. We are seeing the running rugby that everybody keeps asking for. So we've made 41 carries, for example, 12 gain on success. We made 300 meters so far. So I mean, we keep on track. We're going to run 600-700 meters, which is very uncharacteristic for a Springbok side. So from that perspective, it's been quite nice. But they've started the line out, so it's stuff like that, isn't it? It's really stuff like that. But that's a bit of a Jasper Visa over that. Oh, I thought about the penalty, but it's turnover. It's a very good turnover from Jasper Visa. And Frans Maherbe So after clear goes to Oxenchair. Oxenchair just puts his head down. So after Messi line out that was stolen, we do steal it back. Now the clear decides to go to the right hand side. France Mahib at first receiver. France Mahib comes back on the angle. But there was no one there. And Canaries won a penalty. I mean, France Mahib, can you stop? I mean, why would you run away from your support? I don't understand that. I mean, Canaries won 2 breakdown penalties.
One of the Italian players actually kicked the ball forward. It just played from the offside position, but they are right. They are can Italy produce something? Can they do something?
So now in the last minute, you see, I mean, everybody's literally waiting for him to run towards them. Like the entire backline shifting, and Martins Mahib is going on his little one-man mission over there. Now Lamara being put under pressure on the back of the lineup there. Italy side of their own half as the Uta has gone, so this will be the last play of the game. No, Italy just kick it out, and they say we're happy to play. We're happy to finish there. Right, well, there we go. Half time is 18 points to 13. The Boks ahead, and I'd say in control. To be honest, looked it wasn't the. I think we can get a lot better, but very different type of rugby being played. Far more the running rugby that everybody talks about. So yeah, I think it's a nice half to build on, and a very big bench to come on. Please do smash like on the video. We are now over 100 likes. I appreciate you people. Let's get up to 150. How are we doing with subscribers, people? Come on, I feel like we need to be getting our subscribers up. We need to be hitting 22,000 today, and where are we? That's the question. We are sitting on because the one on the screen takes it a while to update. 21,839. Come on, people. We need 160 people to go and subscribe, and then we'll get to 22,000 people. So I'll be very surprised if every single person watching right now is sitting on that, is subscribed. So right now, I'm going to go get my booze and sort of cooler box and my refreshment stuff like that. You guys are going to subscribe to the channel. And when I come back, we're going to be celebrating 22,000 subscribers. Can we do that? I reckon we can do that. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Go and get your beverages and stuff like that. And see you guys now. Right, and we are back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to. Let me just get rid of that. Welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. South Africa in the lead at half time, which is the main thing, isn't it? But still a bit of work to do. And yeah, I mean, I think it's been a case of almost, for most of it. We've very much been, for me, the better side. Italy have scored a nice try. But we've generally dominated most of the areas. And Simone Ferrari is on. I reckon you'll see Lucchesi on as well for Italy, who will probably look to unload their bench to try and counteract the Springbok bench, which is very strong. So let's see, shall we? We'll be playing left to right now in this half. And I think important for us to score early and to really start capitalizing from our set piece. Our scrums are absolutely dominating them at the moment. We saw the late hit on Willie Leroux. I'm sure people are going to ask there. Which is very annoying that it doesn't get reviewed. So wouldn't be surprised if we see Rassie Erasmus' burner account out and showing people it. Yeah, I've actually heard a lot of chat about the Amazon Prime commentators as well. So yeah, that is one of the ways you can watch. You can also watch on Flow Rugby, for example, with a free trial. So there's plenty of different ways that you can watch the match. Check the link in the description and the guide in the description for that. But anyway, from the restart, Magic puts are being put under good pressure there from Curtly Arendse, but Italy do maintain possession. And then going short to his captain, Michel Lamoro, who had a nice first half, I thought. Very nice little offload. Yeah, so we have seen the Chelsea and Ferrari come onto the park. David Williams regathers the kick and finds himself a decent angle and will find touch inside the Italian territory. That's a good little kick there from David Williamson. Nice territory gain there. And the question for South Africa is, when do we blink? When do we start putting our subs on? When do we unload our super bench? Because it is a bit of a super bench. Jesse, you got the back of a man of the match performance now. And it's looking to run up from deep. Good offload. Kaputso comes on the inside, but Willemse comes across to help out Damon Jalendi. Circulisi has at the breakdown, but missed the ball there. Quick defense coming from the box here. Good offload here from Italy. They do have an overlap though, so scramble defense needed. They decide to straighten. Damon Jalendi makes the tackle. So no harm done there. Now Fab de Klerk putting a bit of pressure on Stephen Varney. So not front football there for Canone. If you're not really going anywhere. So Allen will kick the ball downfield. Chesney Colby is retreating to provide an option to Curtly Arendse, who's got Willie Leroux next to him. But Curtly Arendse weighing up his options, deciding to go himself. Runs into two very big forwards. Not sure that I would have backed, and then conceding the penalty. That's so dumb from Curtly Arendse. He's had such a good game. But why, out of all the people, you then decide, I'm going to back myself against the hooker and the tight head prop? Of all the people to go after, those are the ones you decide, like, that's a good idea. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I reckon, that's where it's at. That's where the party's at. I mean, come on. I mean, Curtly, he hasn't put a foot wrong the entire game. But that was not an intelligent decision at all. Right, well, I mean, imagine bringing on Evan Etzebeth as a sub. I mean, this is mental. So Etzebeth is onto the park. Interested to see who replaces. I mean, I was assuming someone Murat. 109th appearance for the big lad. What a man he's been for the South Africans. Right, big defense needed, yep. It looks like quite a complicated line of routine. And it's come back to the way of the Springboks. David Williams under a little pressure, goes to Dale Lindy. Long pass out to Colby. Colby will go to the boot. Keeping inside. And Andrew Kaputso looking to run from deep. He is looking to run back to Klerk is up there. He comes inside though, runs to his own player and runs into the fridge. Francois Herbert, big tackle made on him there. Offside number 7. Well, that's a frustrating penalty to concede. 9, it's Faf de Klerk who's been called offside there. And this is very kickable, so you imagine that Italy will take the 3 and they'll get the first points of the second half. Again, you know, basically, the summary is that we're all over them. We're the better side, but silly mistakes is letting them stay in the game, like this. You know, we started really positive. We won the line out there. And then we can see a shoe penalty for going offside. And they'll be able to kick themselves within 2 points. So annoying, like... Yeah, no issues there. Right, so it's a 2-point game. And Colby from the restart. Oh my goodness. Well, here we go. That was easy. That was weird. I mean, oh no, now he's stretching out his hamstring. He doesn't look happy, by the way. Oh dear, I think that's his hamstring gone, by the way. But look at this restart. It's up, it's up, it's up. Colby goes, bang, thank you very much. And over he goes. Whoop. Thank you very much. That's daylight robbery. And thank you very much is what he says. Goes over in the corner. Bang, bang, bang. The amount of pigeons in this stadium is ridiculous. I wonder if it's actually from the celebration, stuff like that. Because, I mean, when he goes over, there's not a wince, there's nothing in it, there's no issues whatsoever. Look what it means to the coaching staff. And he's down receiving treatment. So Faf de Klerk will take the kick with his left boot. 60.23 now. Well, there we go. That's a nice way to him. You know, a bit of a poor moment. And then you go and say, well, we'll just quickly score off the restart. As predicted kick success rate is 55% here for Faf de Klerk. I wonder if that takes into consideration the fact that he's left-footed. Like, I wonder if that sort of thing comes... I imagine it does. And that's very wide from Faf de Klerk. Not quite the effort from last week. So, Colby is back onto his feet. Monty Awone saying very much, oh dear. Yeah, take him off, chaps. Take him off. Yeah, Season Colby is off. This is going to be interesting now because of the 6-2 split. Are we going to go Manie Liebach? Yep, Manie Liebach's on for 35 minutes, people. So it's not good for Cheslin Colby. It is his last game in a Bok jersey this year. So it's been annoying. So it's not going to impact the Springboks too much. But Manie Liebach on for a second test. One imagines you'll see Willie Leroux go to the wing. Or could we see... Actually, I don't know what we're going to see. I imagine you're going to see Willie Leroux onto the wing. And Manie Liebach into the 10. Yeah, he has to onto the 10 position. Or we see Damien Delinde go to the wing. Oh, it's a big tackle by Etzebeth on Andrew Kaputso and up as well. So now Springboks playing with a little bit of confidence. Now Liebach, first touch of the game. Brings in Kurtley Arendse. Well, that's a nice way to start. Kurtley Arendse coming inside. It's a good tackle made by Kaputso and good work there by Sia Khaleesi. His work rate is ridiculous. That's a big carry from even Etzebeth. Now big long leg drive coming. Good work there from the big man. Faf de Klerk going to Willie Leroux at first receiver. First receiver going very flat to Marvin Ori. Faf de Klerk now to Willie Leroux. Willie Leroux pulling the strings. Bringing in Liebach. Brings in Willemse on the wing. Cuts inside. Ball back inside. And Liebach popping up to Frans Mahova. Frans Mahova needs some support. And now a good pass there as well. Made in the tackle as Jasper Visa. So he's driven backwards. Inside the 22 though. This is good work here. Now Manie Liebach to Willie Leroux. Oh, it's got to be. The question is Sia going to run it in? Or is he going to pop it up to Kurtley? He gets it to the speedster. Kurtley Arendse over for the second. And we're moving, boys. We're moving. Come on. Well, there we go. How's that? Manie Liebach, international rugby is easy. Couple of nice touches already for the scrum half. For the plough half. And Khaleesi, very unselfish, he probably could have gone himself, decides to give it to Arendse. He knows Arendse got a bit of extra pace. Arendse just waits for the hit and then goes over. So bang bang. Well, there we go. Two quick tries, and all of a sudden, 20 points to 16, kick to come. Box firmly in charge over Ingenoa. So Willemse on the wing. Yeah, it does look like Willemse on the wing, which is a weird decision. I'm not sure I'd back that decision, to be honest. It'll be interesting to see how they sort of line up defensively. But what can you do, hey? 6-2 split. This is how we... this is the problem, I suppose. So if you're looking to watch the game, check out the description. We've got a whole guide on how you can watch this game for free using ExpressVPN. Right, Money Box. First attempt at points in international rugby. Right up against the touchline here. Let's see. You're in as a fly half. What can you do, lad? What can you do? Okay, Chaplin, can we hurry up this, though? Looking good. Looking good. Well, there we go. Well, there we go. What a kick that is. We're right up against the touchline. We bring on our fly half. Bang, score tries. Right up against the touchline. Bang, there's the conversion. 30 points to 16. And now we can cook, boys. Now we can cook. It's a spoon Corsi celebration there. Just go and cook. Now, underneath the high ball there, Jasper Visa. Bang. Now, the question is, you want to score another try. Malcolm Marks, Stephen, and Vincent Koch is on, as is Kwaka Smith, as is Stephen Kitsoff. Goodness me, we've already offloaded the bench. I mean, that's so hectic. You go 14 points ahead, and then you say, cool, have Kwaka Smith. Cool, have Stephen Kitsoff. Cool, have Vincent Koch. Cool, have Malcolm Marks. I mean, really. So, the only player still on the bench is Evan Roos and Cobus Reinach, who can come on at wing, by the way, if needed to be. So, interesting that we... Now, this is good defense here from the box as Montiani looks for work. Penalty for high tackle. Caputo almost getting around the outside, inside ball. Gets a bit messy. Jasper Visa picks it up and we'll go back for the penalty. Well, they don't find touch. So long ball inside to Billy LaRue. He's got Damien Delindi and Damien Willemse, but it's not a good kick from LaRue as well. He knows it as well. So you can see he's not happy with that kick. But Billy LaRue pulling the strings. He's so important to this team, and I think people are finally starting to see it. Real score 16-16. Not that you're being sour or anything, hey. And they go short, and they've lost it forward. So turnover ball. You know, this is what we like to see. This is what you like to see. Italy not finding touch off the penalty, not knocking out at the line out. Kind of want to see a bit of a mini implosion here. Advantage over for the knock on there. Faf de Klerk will have time to kick this. But he decides not to. Goes to Moynihan, goes to Billy LaRue. Goes to Dale Lindy. Dale Lindy drifting around, bringing Curtly Arons on the inside. Up towards the halfway line. Looking, and he lost the forward. But penalty. Laka, boys. Laka. And Sia Khaleesi up for it. Hand fives all around. You get a 5-5. You get a high five. Everybody gets a high five. Yeah, whipping on the ground against Pierre Bruno. Good decision. And Liebach finds a nice touch finder there inside the 22. Distance to try line, 8.4 meters. Pretty cool stats, actually, that they're bringing up. I won't lie. I'm quite enjoying them. Right. It's a bit at the front of the line out. See Khaleesi breaking off, but looking for offload. Decides to go himself. Makes a few meters, 5 meters out. Yeah, Varna's not rolling. They go to the short side, straight to Patrick Clerk. He wants to sort of kick and chase himself. But it pops up. We'll go back for the penalty. Have a scrum here, lads. Take the scrum. Let's just move. Let's just really, like, put the hammer down. Go and take the scrum and bang them. We're going to touch. I would have liked to scrum. I would have backed to scrum. Come on, lads. Those pitchers want to join in. Yeah, listen, it's interesting to see. I mean, why would, as a pigeon, why would you go and decide to make a rugby field for the day your place of residence? I mean, look, I mean, they're everywhere. It's ridiculous. Right, off the back of the line, it's a bit has carried it into off the quick pick up and go. Quacker Smith is over. Bang, 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 bang. Quacker, boys, quacker and girls. His fourth test try, easy as he likes, saw the opportunity. And I think that will see the progression of Evan Lewis into the side. I think right now we'll see him come on very soon. $37 points to 16. Yeah. Let's go. This is more like it. Come on, but let's keep pushing. Let's keep pushing. I want 50. We want 50, people. We're not happy with just, 37, 16. We want 50 points here. Good line out. That's Fafisa going up, which we don't traditionally see. A bit of a variation there. Italy defense was just shifting. And Quacker Smith saw a little bit of a gap being opened by Malcolm Marks. And now Jasper Fafisa under the hard ball there. Yeah, and I think we'll see Evan Lewis pretty soon. I reckon at the 60-minute mark, he's going to give a 20-minute run. As we are now starting to really put the hammer down on the Italians. Fabs Clerk goes high. Kirkley Lawrence is chasing hard. Been good in the air so far as Kirkley Lawrence. So the ball comes loose. And I think it's falling the side of the Springboks. And yeah, it'll be a knock-on advantage. All right, so a scrum. I wanted to see a scrum earlier, so let's see what we can do here, lads. Let's see what we can do. Let's hammer them, though. Let's put the hammer down. Also, 105 people need to subscribe. 106, we're being very technical. And we're at 22,000 subscribers. So I'm seeing we're now over 1,000 people watching. There must be 100 people who haven't subscribed. In fact, I pretty much guarantee there are 100 people that haven't subscribed. So let's see if we can get to 22,000 people. Come on, people. Let's just do the right thing. The one on screen is taking a while to update. We are literally 104 people away from it. See there, 21,900. And penalty advantage from the scrum. Factor Clerk breaks. Goes to Andre Estesen. Estesen bringing in Liebok. Popping up to Kirkley. To Villy. To Damien. Damien steps on the inside. Throws the ball back inside. Khaleesi's there. Gets the offload of Villy. Villy to... Oh, Liebok. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. I mean, Monty Liebach it's just vibes out there. It's literally just vibes. And Liebach, speaking of the man, Andre stays in so much space. Long pass out wide to Kwagga Smith, who's got a lot of pace. Gets on the outside, loses his footing, throws the ball back inside. Malcolm Marx did pick it up and say, I'll get us going again, chaps. And SA playing with so much confidence at the moment. Billy LaRue popping on the shoulder to Vincent Koch, making a few meters. Getting the ball down. Slow ball here to Faf de Klerk. Almost like people stop playing. Now he decides to go to Damon De Lindy. And yeah, it's just sort of rebuilding our defensive shape here. Now Jasper Visa working hard. Faf de Klerk popping it up to Malcolm Marx. Looks like a bit of a grass cutter tackle there. Faf de Klerk going to Liebach going to Billy LaRue. Long pass out to Sia Khaleesi. Oh, they offload the chicken wing pass to him. Williamson pops it back inside. Oh no, the ball's coming loose. It's going to go out. It's going to be a scrum. Champagne rugby, people. Just filthy offloads. I mean, if this was the All Blacks doing it, or if this was France doing it, it'd all be raving. We'd all be raving. Sia Khaleesi's had another blinder today, by the way. Like, proper. But Marnie Liebach, how dare you? How dare you do that in your first real proper outing? Just a quick, under pressure, now stranded ease. I mean, it's just too easy. Yeah, another change. Here he comes. Right, the Blonde Menace. Evan Roos is on. Right, to all the Evan Roos fans, you're going to get 21 minutes of him. Let's see what he can do. Another variation from the line to Italy. And a penalty. No, I was about to say he's putting his arms up. I was very confused. Kwagga Smith trying to rip that ball. A couple of subs here for Italy as well. Going back to Allen in the pocket. That's not the best kick here ever, so it'll be a Springbok line out just inside the 22. And this is what we're here to see, boys. We're here to see the box cook. And right now, we're cooking with gas here, people. We have to cook in gas in South Africa. We've got no electricity. But we're cooking with gas. And Evan Roos on for Jasper Visa. So he's in the number 8 position. He could be starting there next week. You never know. Looks like Stephen Varney's taken a bit of a knock there. That's not a good news for Italy. But it is their last game of the year. BC breaking off, bringing in Esterhuizen on the angle. Good carry from him. Damien Willemse had scrum off. Interesting. Now Evan Roos. First carry of the day. Does make a meter or two. Quick ball to Faf de Klerk. Good handling there to Franco Mostert. So many options here. Popping it up, going himself, then going and bringing in Malcolm Marx. Now to Kwagga Smith. Almost losing the possession ball there. And penalty advantage. Evan Roos doing some good breakdown work. Oh, he can't do that, though. Okay, pop into the corner. Take a scrum, Oaks. I want to see a scrum. We've seen the line out. We know it works. Let's see a scrum. Gonna go to the corner here, and we'll reset. But this is really good work here, people. So this is what we want to see. And again, what's also nice to see is 80 people subscribe to the channel. Let's get us to 22,000 subscribers. Come now. Surely we can do it, people. Surely we can do it. All right, Malcolm Marx. Goes to Franklin Master. Good take. Looking for the only more here. We haven't actually gone to the more in a while. And making a few meters. Got to stay on our feature. Faf de Klerk is there in case we start making meters. But Malcolm Marx at the moment... Now, Andre Esterhuizen's coming to use it, but I think the call's been to use it. I don't know why must we use it, though. And we're down. And we scored. And we move. It's tough being this good occasionally. Okay, I'm relaxed. I am joking. But we are over once again, 42 points to 16. We want 50, as I said. We want 50. And a rolling more try. Everybody's saying that the rolling more is gone, that we can't do it anymore. Yes, it is. It is Italy, whose pack's not always going to struggle against the box. But it is good to see a rolling more try. 87 carries by the Boxers, by the way. 87. Bum, bum, ba, ba, da, 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 da. Hang on. My subscriber's having a bit of a meltdown here. And he's dragged that kick as Monty box, so he will not add to his individual tally. There you go. That's the live counter, people. 60 people can get to 22,000. If I don't get it there by the end of the stream, I'm gonna be very disappointed. So if you are new, just subscribe. Come on, people, subscribe. Let's just do it. I mean, we're gonna hit 50 here. The box can hit 50. We're gonna hit 22,000. It's gonna be a good day. We're gonna roll into Argentina versus Scotland. England versus the All Blacks should be a cracker lately as well. And then we've got Ireland versus Australia. Ah, we butchered the kickoff. Backwards off blue, but it has come back to Damon Dale-Indy. So crisis averted, people. Crisis averted. Georgia manhandling Wales. Well, that'll be interesting. RNC kicks it ahead. Now Montiawani from the centre of the park. He's looking to run. Where's he going to run to? Run straight into Franco Mostert. Oh, that's a nice little offload. Good offload here. And Capuzzo. Oh, dear. Menoncello is through. Molly Bok making a very important tackle. Pick up and go from Bruno. And Faf de Klerk is there. Looking for a short side here, but Kirtley Arnster does close the gap for Alessandro Garbizzi, brother of Paulo. Now, quick defense here. And Canone is brought down by Malcolm Marks. First spell of possession Italy have had in a long time. Little chipper at the top. Liebach is... And Montiawani has come away with it. Liebach does make the tackle, pops it up. Damien Phillips is there, pops it up. Ferrari! And I think Etzebeth's held him up. No, they've recycled and scored. Ah, why? You guys are... Oh, I mean, really? I mean, so against the run of play. That's annoying. It's annoying. It's annoying. Also, Mr. Member, Joe Tice, welcome to the Forever Sports Members Club. If you'd like to become a member, check the link in the chat there. We really do appreciate all our members for making this channel possible, for powering our channel alongside Experience VPN and Betcoza. And a reminder that the person with the close prediction for Betcoza will win a 200 Rand free bet. The margin currently sitting at 21 points, which would mean that Joshua would... Actually, no, I lie. Sean will actually at the moment be the winner of a 200 Rand bet if the score remains here. However, if Adam gets this, then it will swap to somebody else as well. So, yeah, he does drag it. So, yeah, Josh will be watching very eagerly to see if this scoreline remains the same. He will get 200 Rand free bet courtesy of Betcoza. Reminder, we will be live for Scotland versus Argentina after this, as well as England versus New Zealand, as well as Ireland versus Australia. This is rugby all day, people. Rugby all day. Also think the player rating is going to be a bit better. We're going to be a bit higher. And what did I say in my preview? I said I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. So if you had gone with that over 55.5 points, 52.5 I think it was, you would have won some money. So look at me giving decent betting advice. Eh? Shit, every now and again. And we've almost regathered, but big counter-rack coming in there. Big counter-rack coming in there. Penalty for hands on the ground against the box. I think it's against Franco Mostert. 20 points to 42. And, yeah, just Kouras Reinach, who's not on the park yet. And that's the problem with the 6-2 split, is you don't generally put him on... Or is he actually? I'm trying to work out where Faf is. Oh, no, he is on the block. Yeah, so Kouras Reinach is on the park. So he'll get himself a few minutes as well. All right, Lachesi goes to the front of the line out. And they take it quickly. And Sirklisi, Quacker Smith just stealing it on there. Look, and then the long pass out to Damon Delindi. Chip over the top. Not sure that was the right option. But the chase coming in from Curtly Orenza, putting him under a lot of pressure. Damon Delindi there as well. So it's ended up working quite nicely. Now inside. Strong carry there from David Cece. And the ball's popped up to South African side. Quacker Smith gives it to Franco Master. Franco Master gives it to Steven Kitsoff. Kitsoff! Bang, bang, bang. And again, we're over. We're over again. We still 150. We still 150. Come on, lads. We need to get this, nail the conversion, which should be fine. And we need to score another try. Let's get 50 points here, lads. Come on, lads. Come on, lads. Ball just pops up. And look at the offload game. And then just bounces off Ignacio breaks and just goes over. The Ginger Ninja. Spicy Plum. Bang! And I mean, poor Manchello's going, Oaks, how am I supposed to... I'm supposed to stop Steven Kitsoff. You want me to stop this guy? Have you seen the size of this guy? Come now. Poor lad. And Martin Liebach will have a very easy opportunity now to add to his international tally. And Quacker Smith with another proper cameo, by the way, off the bench. There's still somebody the other day was still saying that he shouldn't be playing. I can't actually understand it. I can't. And do you just not watch rugby? If you're still sitting there saying that Quacker Smith shouldn't be in the side, like I don't understand it. I can't understand how you can watch him, and then sit there saying no, he's not good enough. And people, speaking of getting to 50, we're getting very close to this 22,000 here. Come on, people. You're gonna pop the champagne here. Pop them bottles. Deep restart. Valida Roo underneath it. Good take from him. Malcolm Marks getting us out of the 22 as well. Right, back to my Liebach. And it's going to stop and play because there is a head injury. And Padavani is down here. Doesn't look very good. I think he's going to be out for a while. So we will have a drinks break, I reckon. Come on, during this drinks break, let's do it. We're 14 people away. Come on, people. Let's just do it. I need 40 people to subscribe. There's like 1,500 people watching. There's no way you guys are all subscribed. Let's make magic happen, people. Yeah, so they're calling for a stretcher here. And when this play restarts, there's got to be 13 people out there that can make this happen. Imagine like sitting there, you're not subscribed, and you're going, he. Look at the power I have. Come on, people. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And we move. Ha! Where's the bottle? I need a bottle of champagne. We'll do that when we get to 25k, I reckon. Which 20,000 people. Thank you. Appreciate your work, folks. I appreciate the effort. And a big shout out, actually. I think it's a nice time to actually cheers you, the subscribers, the supporters. You guys are the reason that this channel operates. And it's been fun to think that we were at 1,800, I think, last year in like May. So, you know, within 18 months, we've gone from 1,800 to 22,000. That's mental. And we're only going to keep going. You guys don't even actually understand how much this channel is going to like take off content-wise in the next year. We're adding more sports. We're adding more in-depth coverage. We are like, there's so many things we've got planned for 2023. It's going to be unreal. I'm like stupidly excited about it. So this is the beginning. But while we wait for the stretch and stuff to sort out, big opportunity to say thank you to all you people for subscribing, for keeping me company. At the end of the day, this is all about watching rugby with you guys, and it's been a privilege to do that, and we're going to do it for a many a year to come. Got a World Cup next year, and that coverage, you've got no idea what we've got planned for that. We are planning what is hopefully going to be like the most in-depth World Cup coverage you're going to see anywhere on YouTube. We're going to be like SuperSport might not even be able to give you the type of coverage we're going to try and give you. We've got so many big plans. So yeah, cheers to you guys. Cheers to you guys. Yeah, it's not looking good for Padavani. It's going to take a while, I reckon, to get you. Kwasi, appreciate the sticker. Really appreciate that. Appreciate all the members. Got 2 new members. If you'd like to become a member of the channel and keep supporting us, the link is in the chat there. And I wonder what's happening with Georgia. I'm hearing rumors that they're doing pretty well. And yeah, they're very much in the game. That's a 2-point game. This, however, is not a 2-point game. This is pretty one-sided. Please remember to pay the free bets. Yeah, it's all been sent out to Betco, so they should be loading up. We'll follow them up though. If you don't get them, just let us know. You should get an email from us to say you want a free bet, and then if it doesn't, if you don't receive it, just let us know, and we'll follow up with them. Give us a 22k celebrity dab instead of champagne. I don't think I would get away with dabbing on the stream. I mean, my mates. No, I can't do it. Sorry, I can't bring myself to do it. I can't. I just can't. But appreciate it. Alex says that we're finally putting away a team. Good to see. Somebody says, don't get too excited. We beat Italy. You haven't been in the top 10 since 2013. You know what? That's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is we beat a side who beat Wales and beat Australia this year. And we've not just beaten them, we've hammered them. Thank you very much, Parnell. Very appreciate the comment. Let's get the lagers flowing, boys. We've got this is the first of 4 matches today. It's still so much to go. Which, considering I got home at 2 in the morning, is going to be a stretch. But we move. We move. Thanks to this stuff, we move. And John Reed, as Fair Sports super fan. Now that is what I really appreciate. That is huge. Thank you so much, John. We really appreciate that. I think you're only our 2nd super fan ever. So yeah, that's huge. And yeah, I mean, this, as I said, you know, we've got a lot planned. We do a lot now. I'd like to think, you know, like volume of content, but yeah, we've got some very cool ideas on different types of content and how we deliver the content. You know, for example, like if you look at the studio, I think our studio is coming to progress quite nicely. Nice to see our tracker working, which, for example, is quite cool. But yeah, many more big plans, people, and nice to see you guys on the journey. Edwin saying should go proper tenders. 2 previous games were close as well. Nothing to be ashamed about. Plus the refs. I mean, I don't think we lost them because of the refs, but yeah, they were pretty close. So you see Portugal. Yeah, I mean that whole last 10 minutes, last 3 minutes of the Portugal USA was mental. Really cool to see Portugal going to the World Cup. I think that's flipping cool. Big for USA who are hosting the Rugby World Cup in 2031. So yeah, that's a bit of a oh dear moment, but very cool for Portugal. I'm just saying we finally shown the ruthlessness we as fans were craving for. Yeah, we put them away. Not only have we got into a good position, but we are putting them away, and that's a big difference that we haven't seen enough from this box side. Springboks had load shedding. The power went on this game. Yeah, I think that's a good shout because we've been playing close to our ability, but not really, and now we're seeing a proper performance. And still 10 minutes to go. We want 50 points. I'm not going to be happy unless we get to 50 points. Nice big scrum needed here. Yeah, they've got the thing. And course around it goes to really good first receiver who goes to Andre Esterhuizen. Esterhuizen puts it to the boot and it's on the ground. Chasing Cole, the correct answer is chasing hard, but puts the guns away with it. And he loses the ball forward. Sia Khaleesi, does he gather? No, let me knock it on from Esterhuizen. So we will have a scrum though, and after that scrum, this becomes a very nice attacking opportunity. Evan saying with Liebach on, Willemse looked much better immediately. It will be great to have Paul and Liebach option for World Cup. Steve, would you ever leave South Africa? I don't want to. I really want to stay here. I mean, I'd like to start traveling a bit more. I haven't been out of the country in about 5 years. In fact, more than that. The last time I was out of the country, I think I was 21. So yeah, about 5 years since I've left the country. So I'd like to do a bit of traveling, but I'd like to stay here as long as I can. petrol price, load shedding, and etc. is making it very tough. But what is not tough is how we are running in the tries. Go, Billy! Long pass out. Damien Willemse into the corner. 50. I need a bat. I've got a bat. Wait. Yes. I finally get to do this, people. I finally get to do this. And on behalf of the Springboks, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Here's my 50. There we go. We'll raise the batch. We can't take the helmet off yet. Not quite 100, but thank you to Italy for the 50. Appreciate the fans, to the change room, to the lads. Also, it's a bit weird, isn't it, that I've got a cricket bat on hand. But don't ask questions. Don't ask questions. And I was reading some comments. Let's get back to them. Levo has made a huge difference, 100%. Appreciate somebody saying they love the program. Thoughts on England versus New Zealand game margin? I reckon within 10 points. I think it's, I think it's going to be a close game. I'm really keen for it. Thomas saying, well done, Stephen. Great achievement. I was there when you had 2,000 subscribers. Look how big you've got. So proud. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Steve, who's out of next week's match for the Box. Well, Chisholm looks like he would have been injured anyway. But Jasper Visa, Andre Esterhazy, Trevor Nukane, and Kubas Reinach will all be unavailable. Dirk saying, thanks for your support. Without your service, we have no way of knowing what is going on. Well, that's what we try to do, isn't it? Right, Monty Liebach. That's a good-looking kick. No, it goes towards... Oh, it goes over. I mean, the camera work was pretty terrible, but it is over. 56 points. Liebach came on for Chisholm Colby, who went off injured. So, yeah, that's why he's on. And we've seen Dave Willemse on the wing, which is an interesting idea. He has scored there. And then we butcher the restart. Get Franco Master off. Drop him. Like he dropped that. Italy back on the front foot all of a sudden. Shit, I just broke a GoPro. And it's not even mine. Oh dear. Panic. Shit, putting it down. Right, Italy on the attack here. They've got advantage well. I think it's a knock-on advantage. It could be penalty advantage. I actually can't really hear. Now Lachesi. Big hit from him from Steven Kitsoff. Try score at Steven Kitsoff. So let's call it a little bit. So there's a penalty advantage. Kicking behind. We'll go back for the penalty. The answer, the backline with Liebach came on 100%. Man of the match, in my opinion. So many people. Sia Khaleesi's had another storm of a game. Billy LaRue, I think, has played really well. Curtly Orenser, though, you've got to look at him for 2 tries. Probably leading the race. We will be giving our Forever Sports Man of the match at our player rating show, which I think is time to go and put into the chat. So you guys can go get voting. Rate the players. And I think this is going to be much more positive than the SAA, where I think the average was about, I think somebody worked it out in the chat, it was like 4.3. I think it'll be a bit higher. See a couple of people bringing in, so I've seen some people watching from Morocco, somebody from Fiji. Another advantage here. There's a big more defense here. Italy are being driven backwards. Once, I think it's a knock-on advantage. I don't think it's a penalty advantage. Otherwise, one would imagine that they would have blown it already. Penalty advantage now. Yes, it's such good defense now. I mean, really. I mean, every single collision they're being pushed back. Kwaka's come away with the ball. We all go back for the penalty. This is boring because we need to score. We need to score more tries. Nicholas saying, do you rate Willemse could play 13 if needs be? Could be decent to have Liebach 10, Delaney 12, Willemse 13. I reckon Willemse probably could play 13. I mean, he's so talented, he could probably play most way. But we'd have to see him a bit more there for the Stormers. But I don't know how we get It's and they knocked it on. They have Italy. Mr. Carly. Come on, that was knocked on. Doesn't matter though because we have all over that ball. That'll be a penalty for us. Thank you very much. Well done, Evan Roos and Malcolm Marks. Do you think Archie can be back in time for the World Cup? I don't have a good feeling. My gut says he won't go. My gut says it's going to be tough for him to get back in time. So I don't think we'll see it. Unfortunately. Neil's watching from Indonesia. Daddy say, I'm best 13 in the world. Well, I mean, I suppose he is. He's going to the world nominated for World Player of the Year. No other 13. So I think we can comfortably probably say that he is very much in the form 13. Well, a bit of a messy line out there, but ball is still available. Evan Roos picks up and go. Frank Mostert doing the Lord's work at the breakdown there. Flat from Liebach, but it stays in mid hard. And the tackle. Curly Arons are coming around, getting involved. Ball available there for Reinach, who brings it to Vincent Koch. Pops it up to Spicy Plum. Pops it up to Evan Roos. Vincent Koch bringing in a big hit at the breakdown there. Now Billy Roo going to David Delindy. Delindy kind of just sort of just takes the hit. I mean, his leg drive is impressive because he's basically not going anywhere there. A lot of energy still here for the box. Now Monty Liebach. Oh, that's a good pass. Liebach and Khaleesi with the offload. Curtly Owen says herring there. Inside he goes. He's going to go all the way. A hat trick. He gives it inside. To who? To Reinach. And Reinach's over. Hey, up to 60 we go. We're up to 60 points. I don't know anything else to say, to be honest. I almost had a song going there and then it kind of just evaporated. What a pass in Liebach. And Khaleesi, this man is everywhere. Like what does he run on? That pass and the offload from Khaleesi. And look at the follow-up play here. Eben Etzebeth curves the answer. Inside ball to Reinach. Bang, bang, bang. And there we go. Full time. 63 points to 21. Smack. And we move. People, thank you so much. We'll see you guys at the player ratings in a moment. Hopefully it'll be a very nice player ratings. I think it'll be much kinder. We will also be doing a man of the match vote, for example. So that'll be quite fun. And yeah, a massive shout out to all of you guys. 20,000 people have subscribed to the channel, which is pretty mental. And we got some new members today. We got we did well today. And the box, what a performance. So I'll see you guys at the player ratings in just a moment. And once again, thank you very much for all your support and see you